Good morning, everyone. The Strategic Planning Workshop for the City Commission for Thursday, December 15th, 2022 will now come to order. Please join me in silencing your cell phones. Citizen Chip Weston will lead us in a prayer, and former President of the Chamber of Commerce, Scott Steger, will help us with the pledge. Please stand.
Dear Lord, we call you by many names, but we know that you're with us, and we know that this is an important meeting, and we certainly have so many blessings to be grateful for. So in gratitude for your presence and for your guidance, we'll pause for just 30 seconds of silence so that we can get really close to you, so that you can guide each one of us in this meeting today. Thank you, Lord. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome all to this commission's first workshop. Many of us have been very excited about having the workshop where the commissioners get a chance to talk about all the things relevant to where the city is going and where we have been. We're blessed to have both Vice Mayor Hartman and Commissioner McGurk who have been on the commission and will offer good guidance of where we have been, and then those of us that are newbies looking to the future. So I'm very excited about this morning, and I welcome you to observe our workshop, and there'll be plenty of opportunities for public participation. But I wanted to remind everyone here, this is our opportunity to do the city's business and to do in an informal setting, so you don't see most of the trappings of a formal city commission meeting. And that's what is intended. This is to do the real work of the city. So we'll be interested in hearing what you have to say. We have several presentations that have been planned, and then I'm sure they'll have we will have public participation at the beginning and at the end. So with that said, will the Assistant City Clerk please call the roll?
Good morning. Commissioner McGurk.
Here.
Commissioner Martin.
Here.
Commissioner Caprini.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hartman.
Here.
Mayor Cleveland.
Here.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Colin, do you have some opening remarks to kick us off before we get into the meat of the matter? And I know we're going to start with the public participation and then the presentations, but you usually set the table for us if you don't mind, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners and attendees. Through the strategic plan that we have, part of it we have to have a quarterly City Commission workshop. This is where the Commission will be able to have an open discussion that they couldn't have during City Commission meetings. So obviously there is issues out there that it's hanging out there that we don't have a big decision on them. So you could see from the agenda that we will be discussing the parking issue, we'll be discussing the strategic plan, an update on the CIP, as well as the open discussion with the Commission. But on top of it, the Chamber of Commerce have asked us to present to you today the Southeast Volusia Regional Economic Development Strategic Plan. But I want to just remind the Commission and also the attendees and the staff that it's a discussion only. So there is no voting on these items. But the staff, and particularly myself, looking for some guidance from the Commission on these issues. I'm looking forward to the workshop. because as we decided early on that we would like to have a focus goals that we could, at the end of the year, that we could say this is what we accomplished. So I'm looking forward to it and looking for the guidance from the commission and also the public input as well. So thank you, Mayor.
You bet. Thank you so much, City Manager. At this time, I think we'll open with the public participation. I'm sure many of you, some of you may have some ideas or feelings or thoughts that you would like to express to the commission. Again, I remind you, this is your opportunity. You'll have 3 minutes. It is a monologue, not a dialogue. So if you have questions, this is not the time. And so if you have issues that are of a pertinent nature or of a specific nature that we can address, City Manager is taking his notes, and it will be part of a follow-up discussion with you privately or at another City Commission meeting. Is there anyone who would like to address the commission this morning? Good morning, Zoe. Name and address for the record, if you don't mind, please.
Hello, my name is Zoe, president of the Flagler Avenue Business Association, 306 Flagler Avenue, and a Central Beachside resident. I live very close to Flagler Avenue. I appreciate being asked to participate in being part of the solution to find a way to alleviate our growing parking and traffic problem. Flagler Avenue Business Association supports and looks forward to working with the city on this and other enhancement to improve our community. Thank you so much for holding this workshop.
Thank you very much. Appreciate those remarks, Zoe.
Good morning, Stephanie Ford, Executive Director, Southeast Volusia Chamber of Commerce at 115 Canal Street, New Smyrna Beach. Good morning, Sharon. Great to see you. Commissioners, Vice Mayor, Mayor, thank you for this opportunity to speak at public comments this morning. I'm happy to see that parking on Flagler and Canal Street are on the agenda today. We do believe that there is a rapidly growing parking and traffic issue in our community, specifically on Canal and Flagler. As the Chamber of Commerce, we've talked with several of our businesses. We've also held several meetings on this topic, and there is a general consensus and feedback that there is a problem, that there is an issue. So we would urge you to find solutions and to include the chamber, the business community, as part of the solution. So we are really excited about working with the city and finding solutions. Number one, something does need to be done. And number two, we do support solutions for parking to alleviate the traffic and parking issues. So thank you for your time. We have several folks that are here from the chamber today, and we appreciate working with you all.
Thank you for those remarks. Appreciate that. Stephanie. Recognize Mr. England for the record, sir.
Yes, Richard England, representing Canal Street Historic District this morning. Just to close the loop, the Canal Street Historic District merchants and businesses also look forward to working with the commission on these parking issues. We do support the effort to do something, and we stand willing to be a part of what that solution is. Stephanie has put together a group that includes Flagler, Canal, and other chamber representatives, and we've been, meeting periodically to discuss these issues. So we stand ready to work with you guys and ladies to get the issues addressed. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else at all? Professor, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commission. Good morning, staff. Two things. One, I don't know if it's been on public record, but want to praise the city with all the things on their plate, how beautiful the lighting, the Christmas lighting, the celebration of both streets. It's truly brightens the foggy days we've had. So hats off to all the work that was done for that. Secondly, I was on the original parking task force that I think was 2014, and I've been to a lot of parking meetings over the years. And one of the things I would hope, and I don't want to sound like a naysayer, I know the previous mayor in his State of the City address said that some of us old folks should start to shut up and get some new folks in here because things are changing, and they are changing. But parking issues really haven't changed that dramatically. They've just gotten worse. There have been some really good suggestions along the way, and they're sitting somewhere. We've hired consultants. We've really come up with some really creative ideas, one of which was very early on, is that there are actually 40 to 60 parking places behind businesses on Flagler that haven't been utilized. So there are kinds of creative options that are out there. So I hope some of the stuff from the past can be incorporated into this new discussion with this new generation of people and new interest in keeping our city vital. So thank you, and all the best of luck today in the deliberations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, sir.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Jeff White from WFG Insurance in 100 Faulkner Street. I also live out in Venetian Bay. I have a lot of expertise on flood zones, flood insurance, and any questions you may have about stormwater management, flood related, and flood insurance or insurance in general. I'm here to help. First time here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Delighted you're here.
My name is Jeffrey Lawrence, and I own a company, local, homegrown, called Be On Time Concierge, scheduled ride of New Smyrna Beach. And there's not just parking issues, there's just general egress and egress issues. And they spoke about that study. I thought that was a really well done study about 3 years ago, and then it was getting ready to be implemented, and COVID hit, and everything kind of went away. But I'm really interested in re-seeing the study, re-looking at some of the things. I know successfully you did some of those things from that study, and that was create commercial loading and unloading zones, and that's helped a lot in that area. And it's the same thing with the signs coming in when our beaches are full. So I think we were on the right track prior to that. They looked at different things, talking about the private lots, maybe getting in and out of those. So it's not just the parking, it's how we're going to get them in and out of those places. So I've got a great team behind me that have a lot of experience in transportation and different sites. So, we would love to volunteer our expertise and what we've learned. I've probably transported over 12,000 people in New Smyrna Beach. And so we kind of hear, too, what the issues are, just like you do. Because we've got them in the car for an hour and a half to the airport, and they'll tell us exactly what they feel. And overall, it's pretty good, and we're very proud of what we've got here. So look forward to the new faces that are involved in here, and I know we'll continue to move forward with this issue. So, because it's a great place to live and visit also.
Thank you so much for your remarks. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City staff. My name is Maurice Bushrow. I live at 309 Jessamine. I've been there since 15 years now. Jessamine is a street behind to the south of Flagler. I live behind the inn on the avenue. Congratulations to all of you, to all my fellow citizens here, the groups. We've created a place everyone wants to be. People want to live here, they want to come here, spend their money, spend their time. As I was walking in this morning, I saw the city manager and couldn't remember exactly how many years since the last task force was working, and it seems like 2014 may have been the time. We talked about a lot of potential solutions then. But with all respect to all of the stakeholders, business owners, fellow citizens, and taxpayers, nothing about these solutions should be expected to be free. It wasn't free then, and it's certainly not free now to build a parking structure, to acquire more property for people to park. It's really not free to park on Flagler Avenue or Canal Street. It's an opportunity cost. We're trading off resources. Creating neighborhood parking zones won't be free. It will require infrastructure improvements that will cost money. None of this is going to be free. It's the cost of our success. We're all going to share in it, and we look forward, as people who live in those neighborhoods, both on the mainland and on the beach side, to solutions. We're not the only small beach town in Florida with these problems. and there are solutions available we can study in other places, and look forward to hearing from many of you about that. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate those remarks.
Good morning. Jess Romero, 7A South Cooper Street. I wasn't going to talk about this today, but I heard some comments that I'd like to readdress. Saturday evening, I went home after the boat parade and looked around. I thought, how busy is my street? I live on Cooper, as most of you know. And I counted it. I camera counted 2 cars permitted on Cooper, up and down, between 8 and 10. That's 60 cars. All right? So I thought, what's going on here? First, the parade was going on. Great. But every night, it happens all the time there. And the parking issue has been going on for a very long time. And I spoke here during the last commissioners were here, and I said the city has done a really crappy job in a way in the past, as to where, like they said, off the side street of Flagler, there's parking available. But it's not told there's parking there. There's some signs that people put up say no parking allowed. Towing would be told whatever time it is here, you can't park here. But there are parts areas where you can park on the street that are city-owned property, that it's not homeowners' property. Example, in my house, when I bought the house there, I thought, hey, I have the property up to the sidewalk. No, I don't. I don't own that property there. It's like 4 feet there, then it goes to the street. So when we have a parade on Flagler, people start parking, for example, down Cooper, on the side up the road there. Even in my house, they park. And I'm way back, quarter mile from Cooper, from Flagler. So you have a lot of parking available on the side streets if we impose those, if we use those streets there, those side streets as parking, and say that there's parking for anything that you want to do. Time park whatever you want there. We don't own, the homeowners do not own the front of their houses, the property there. It is, the city owns that. If you look at Pine, for the shuffleboard courts there, going south on Pine there are folks that have put up boulders on the side in front of their houses there, so folks can't park there. That is not their property. That's city property. So if we, as a city, take back the property that's rightfully ours, the city's, and use that as parking, it can alleviate a lot of problems on Flagler. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Appreciate those remarks.
I guess I'm short. Cindy Sneezak, 512 Yupon Street. Good morning.
Morning, Cindy.
A lot of good comments made. I've read the prior reports that had been done. So the ones that were done in the last 4 or 5 years probably are the most relevant for us to really revisit. There were a lot of good ideas in those reports. The loading zone the gentleman mentioned was one of them. But it's a broader question that I think several speakers touched on. The egress, the whole traffic flow, the number of curb cuts. I hope that holistically we would look at all of that. And each zone, Flagler and Canal, my opinion is those parking challenges are very different because the compactness of the streets and the number of businesses is a little different. And then the amount of open space is different as well. There were some ideas not mentioned in any of those reports, and I'd caution you, particularly on one of the reports, it was an extremely small sample of the public and the businesses that gave input, and I'd caution you about drawing too many conclusions based on what is really a rather large handful of folks giving ideas. So for example, employee parking was not very well addressed in any of the reports that I looked at. And at this time of day even, or closer to lunch when businesses, the restaurants are opening, it's pretty apparent that employee parking is sucking up a lot of the available spaces. And I'll give you a great example of an underused opportunity. I believe, you can't see it now because there's a train been blocking the road for the last hour, but there is what people have described to me as a commuter lot at the corner of Canal and 44, so right at the railroad. I have never seen more than one car, and I'm not sure if it's broken down, in that lot. So I don't know if the lights are working in that lot. That is a tremendous amount of parking right at the top of Canal Street. Never heard anyone mention that that might be a reasonable place to expect at least half of the businesses to park their employees on Canal. So that's an opportunity. It's that kind of thinking that I hope that we would think about. I know there are several folks that are in favor of a garage. I'm not opposed to a garage, but having just come from College Park this morning, I can tell you that 4-story or above structures destroy the look of a small community. You see it less in Winter Park in the shopping area because some of those buildings are larger, but College Park mimics what Canal Street looks like in terms of current building height. And so people who are thinking about, let's just say the Marriott, I think, on Flagler, too high. So there's a point of no return. So while a garage might seem a fabulous idea, and maybe we end up with one, the placement of it and how we hide it is extremely important. My final point is, in rereading all this materials, and I did work at the DOT for 8 years, there is some self-imposed hardship. So not only employee parking, but municipal and county use of space in what we want to call our historic shopping and dining districts is inhibiting our ability to make sensible, strategic, long-term parking decisions. So when I mean self-imposed, I mean the preponderance of government businesses, their vehicles, and service centers being right in the heart, particularly of this business district, doesn't seem like the best use of real estate. So, I know maybe there have been some lands given to people over time that, maybe we need to engage with the Utilities Commission, the registry folks next door, and think about the broader, longer-term opportunity that we have here. People using the drive-through don't really enhance the business spending that happen on the street. So if you just think about it a little more broadly, I think that would be great. And I'll help you in any way I can.
Thank you for your remarks. Appreciate that, ma'am. Recognize Mr. McKenna. For the
David
record,
McKenna.
there, please, David.
I'm sorry.
Just for the record, you're...
Yes, David McKenna, 216 Normandy Avenue. Good morning, everyone. One of the things that concerns me about the current parking situation, especially on Flagler Avenue, is, for example, we have people that show up from, let's say, Orlando or Winter Park, park in front of Peanuts, unload their family out of the car, take their cooler down to the beach, spend 6 or 7 hours at the beach, come back to their car, go back to Orlando, don't spend a single dollar on Flagler Avenue, and yet take up parking space. If we go an hour and a half north of us to St. Augustine, if you want to spend any time on the square in St. Augustine, guess what you have to do? You have to pay. You have to pay to park. There's a legitimate reason why they do that. They want to generate revenue for the city. They want to make sure that the merchants around the square in St. Augustine are frequented by the people that visit. New Smyrna Beach has a popularity issue. People love to come here. There should be a way for the merchants to benefit from that, for the city to benefit from that. And I think we should take that into consideration when we think about our parking issues. Thank you. Appreciate you all doing this.
Thank you so much. Appreciate those remarks. Good morning, sir.
My name is Dwight Cunningham. I'm with the On-Time Concierge Services that Jeffrey just spoke about. I just want to make sure you folks are aware of your Volusia County Planning Organization, Transportation Planning Organization. You might want to take and get whatever projects you want started with them so you can take and collect federal dollars for whatever you want to take and make improvements for here for parking.
Would you speak up a little bit, please?
You might want to take and get in contact with the Transportation Planning Organization to take and get on the 5-year plan so you can take and get eligible for federal dollars for whatever you plan on doing here. For example, Federal Highway Administration, so you can have road improvements, pedestrian facility improvements. You also want to take and get in touch with the Federal Transit Administration so you can get some operating and capital assistance costs for whatever you may need at that point. Whatever you plan on or whatever you decide on in the future, you could take and probably be eligible for federal dollars for that. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks, sir. Appreciate that.
Chip Weston, 411 Hannah Jean Circle. I was involved, I worked for the city of Winter Park when we did a lot of our parking issues. And I wasn't even going to talk about this, but I'll just mention it quickly. We did public-private partnerships for parking structures. We went to license plate readers for our code enforcement, for our parking enforcement people, which take just seconds to monitor parking. And we changed the hours and the minutes on our parking signs so that you couldn't park all day and go to the beach. We knew exactly how often our parking people could get through and mark the license plates. So if they had to give a ticket, it was a really quick thing. So there are ways that you can deal with this. Also, you can't mandate employees where they're going to park. They have the right to park in any legal parking place. What I was going to say, I'm a member of the New Smyrna Beach Residents Coalition. And thanks to Liz Jones, I'm a member of that organization. There are over 2,000 members, and we tapped into them last April, and we created a sustainability committee. We have so many experts in this town, like some of the people that came before you earlier tonight. So tap into them if you can figure out an easy way to do that. We're here to support staff and support you guys in any way that we can. Back in April, we thought we were going to talk about climate change because we really didn't know what the facts were. We wanted to talk about population growth, and we wanted to talk about potable water. So we've studied all of those things. And we will be glad to share what we've come up with you. Most of it you probably already know, a few things you may not. So that's what I wanted to say, and I think that we have a lot to deal with, and I know that we can deal with it, and I know that there are some best practices that other cities use that we can grab right away and start to latch onto those things. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you for those remarks. Appreciate that, Mr. Weston.
Hello, everybody. My name is Andrew Peterson. I live at 304 Washington Street. It's just 2 blocks off of Canal here. This is my first time talking, and so I'm really thankful to be up here. I worked on Flagler Avenue for years at Breakers in the kitchen, and I know that a lot of low and middle income people who work on Flagler Avenue really struggle to find parking and get to work conveniently and on time. I mean, people are always pressed for time, especially in the summertime when there are hordes of people down there. I mean, even at 7 a.m. on weekdays and weekends, and those are the busy times. That's when all the employees are going down there. It contributes to congestion. Anyhow, I got used to parking quite a ways off of Flagler Avenue and having to either skate, walk, or ride my bike to work. I'd sometimes park miles away and have to commute. And that brings up a whole nother situation of how terrible the walking and biking commuter system is in town. I mean, to put it kind of, just to sum up my kind of views on it, if a bike lane isn't safe for a child to ride on, it's not a bike lane at all. So there's not one single real safe bike lane in all of New Smyrna, which makes it difficult for people who are less adept at riding their bike around town, especially in heavy, heavy congestion. It makes it less likely for them to want to ride their bike to work or walk to work. What else did I want to talk about? Oh, on Canal. Back to Flagler. Instead of actually just trying to jam as many possible cars into the area as we can, like finding 60 extra parking spots behind the buildings, why don't we think about reducing congestion on that avenue in general? Maybe by eliminating some of the ADA parking spots that are there and actually just making them safer for people to walk on, enjoy, a sort of promenade area. It's quieter, and we kind of funnel less of everything down there. Funneling everything right onto Flagler Avenue just isn't really working, so I think trying to find more stuff in those tiny little arteries and veins right off of Flagler, that just sends more traffic onto Flagler and those side streets that people don't know how to navigate. Anyways, I think we should make it easier and more available for people to be able to park a little ways away and actually feel safe and enjoy their walk. I mean, you can walk across the bridge easily. If you were to park just on the other side of the bridge at that park there, you can walk across the bridge easily and enjoy Flagler Avenue. It just takes a few minutes. sorry, I'm kind of scatterbrained. Back to parking meters. I would not like to see parking meters down there. It would make it more difficult for people like me and other employees and stuff like that to find parking. I mean, we sometimes go to places like Detweiler and try to park there and commute over. So just to see more parking meters down there would be difficult for low and middle income people, especially people who work down there. I'd like to just see parking kind of eliminated almost entirely on Flagler Avenue, personally. And I think kind of push things to the exterior and make people sort of come in on foot. I guess that's all I really wanted to say, but I don't think, basically to sum it up, I don't think congesting it and packing as many possible cars into the area is really the solution.
Your name's Andrew, right?
My name's Andrew Peterson, yeah, 304 Washington. Sorry if I wasn't talking into the mic. Yeah, no congestion, more bicycles, more walking, less parking meters, stuff like that. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you very much for those remarks. Anyone else for public participation at this time? Okay, we're going to close public participation for now. Maybe another opportunity at the end of our meeting. We have several presentations this morning. First of all, let's start off with that of the Southeast Volusia Regional Economic Development Strategic Plan. I think the first thing is, Bob Williams, you're going to talk to us about the Chamber's ideas, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Go right ahead.
And we have a presentation that's going to go up there. Chris, can you help with that while you're getting that set up? Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, and the residents and business leaders in New Smyrna Beach. My name is Bob Williams. I'm also a resident, 767 Pine Shores Circle in beautiful Pine Island, New Smyrna Beach. But I'm also here representing dozens of community development professionals around our community and around the region, and also hundreds of residents and business leaders that came together to develop this regional economic development strategic plan. It was created through very broad partnership. The Chamber of Commerce served as a convener, but it really goes back to an initiative that was started back in 2018, and I want to give a shout out to the Southeast Volusia Manufacturing Technology Coalition, here's just some of the partners that were involved, and I do want to point out also the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council had gotten a grant to help facilitate this process. But as you can see, there was an extensive development process going back to 2018, included getting that grant, included summits. It also included your workshop back in October of 2021 on economic development, where we collected the ideas from the community. But we also used a number of other resources, such as the Mosquito Lagoon Reasonable Assurance Plan on how can we help our water quality with better infrastructure moving forward, as well as the economic development plans from all of the cities involved. And I think if there was one slide that I really want you to take away with, and again, this is a very extensive document, but at the end of the day, we achieved consensus on some common goals. We want to ensure value-added, high-paying jobs for today and for our children. We want to expand the commercial property tax base, reducing the cost to residents, getting a more healthy ratio of commercial industrial properties to residential properties. We want to ensure the wealth and resilient economic future of our community by diversifying the kinds of jobs that we have in our community. And at the end of the day, improve the quality of life for everyone. And a big part of this is being collaborative in how we do it. We want to recognize Southeast Volusia as a geographic entity where the cities work together with the county, and it gives us a much stronger seat at the table when we go to the county, and for that matter, the state or the federal government. And at the same time, we're able to leverage the unique assets and competitive strengths of each city. While a job in New Smyrna Beach is a job for an Edgewater resident as well, there are aspects of each of our cities that give us strengths. And so by working together, we get to combine all of those assets. And so at the same time, in this plan, we talk about things that we need to do to strengthen our workforce, working with education, and at the same time, protecting our region's valuable natural resources and the region's quality of life. I hope I don't get redundant in talking about, we're talking about clean industry that we want to bring in here. And quite frankly, modern light manufacturing facilities today, you can't distinguish them from a doctor's office, Class A building. So that's the kind of thing that we're talking about. And by working together, as was mentioned before with the TPO, getting on that list, by working together, we position ourselves to attract federal grant dollars, state grant dollars, and to get a priority for countywide investment. So that's really, I think, a big part of the achievement. Won't go into the details on this, but it is a comprehensive 34-page plan document. It also has a framework, a narrative and an outline format that it can be a working document, as well as Excel spreadsheets that we can use kind of as a project management plan to track our progress, to identify our strategies, to show where each of the things that we're doing fit into this overall strategy and help us to move forward. This is the table of contents. Again, it's very comprehensive with a lot of research embedded in this plan. It includes demographic and occupational characteristics, employment profiles, where we are from a competitive standpoint across a range of industries, what some of our strategic economic clusters are, where we have challenges and where we have opportunities, and then through consensus establishes some regional goals. The plan is structured around five key objectives. Regional infrastructure planning, and I want to talk a little bit more about an opportunity for that along with zoning and land uses, is very, very important for us, as well as education and workforce development opportunities, working with our school system, working with our colleges and universities, and then laying down an action plan for ongoing collaboration. And through this, and this has been really important as part of attracting federal dollars, elevating the region's resilience and ability to recover from different events, whether it's a recession, whether it's an economic downturn, or whether it's a pandemic. These are the kinds of things that we are working on through this. I'm proud to say, on behalf of, again, the hundreds of people that I represent here today, that we've got wide recognition for this collaboration. Many of you know Dr. Kent Sharples, the president of the CEO Business Alliance. He has consistently praised the collaboration, this unique collaboration that we've had. It's come out in the newspaper, and we've actually won a national award for this work. But as a next step, and this is not the correct presentation, I think hopefully in your package, and if not, we'll make sure that you get it. Inside the document, one of the summits that we did, we laid out maps with many of you who were there, and with the current future land use. And we asked people to identify where do we want to have these high-paying jobs go. One of the challenges we have in New Smyrna Beach is we just don't have commercial industrial sites available. We've pretty much built out those sites. And so as recruiters, whether it's Team Volusia or the county or the chambers of commerce, are contacted by companies and they want places to go, we don't have places for them to go. And so we have an opportunity there. There was broad consensus as we came together on the West New Smyrna Beach. The area west of New Smyrna Beach is one of these key strategic locations. We're talking about west of 95, south of 44. That area is also adjacent to an area in northwest Edgewater, which their city has identified as a strategic location for business development. By co-locating these future land use areas, it enables the two communities to collaborate on infrastructure development and delivery. A key piece of the groundwork needed to move forward with this was accomplished in that the county just approved the easement for a South Williamson Boulevard extension. This site has the advantage that the landowner has planned to mitigate any environmental impact. Instead of moving forward with their current development rights for thousands of 25-acre ranchettes, they've agreed to combine the development into smaller areas and dedicate up to 70% of their land to environmental conservation. This establishes a framework for a public-private partnership that aligns with both our job creation goals and our environmental and stormwater management goals. This landowner, their approach will avoid thousands of future septic tanks and miles of new roads and power lines. Furthermore, the landowner also received authorization to receive impact fee credits if they invest in building this road for us. So again, it's a tremendous opportunity for a public-private partnership. It's significant to recognize that this new north-south road, South Williamson, will also provide a strategic I-95 bypass alternative for times when accidents or other issues shut down the section between New Smyrna and Edgewater. This will provide a key north-south corridor for southeast Volusia that has proven highly valuable to provide high-quality transportation infrastructure in northeast Volusia from Ormond to Port Orange. Completing this strategic transportation corridor will actually move southeast Volusia ahead of the challenges Brevard County is now struggling with to find right-of-ways to establish an I-95 bypass with their St. John's Parkway. The South Williamson extension will improve southeast Volusia's competitive position in attracting high-paying jobs coming to the area to support the commercial supply chain opportunity. So it's also significant to point out that the regional collaboration around this project puts New Smyrna Beach in a strong position to apply for federal and state grant funding to assist with this strategic transportation infrastructure project. So in closing, our request is that the city authorize staff to begin discussions with the landowner to establish the zoning necessary to move forward with the transportation and utilities infrastructure to build this road, and to establish a business park with pad-ready sites to bring clean industry with more high-paying jobs to our city. So, from the overall plan, this particular project we believe is a very strategic next step, but overall, the cities have all passed resolutions to accept this plan, and we've even had discussions with the county to also accept the plan. And we're asking you to direct staff to commit time and effort to continue the work on this collaborative initiative, to commit to engage and align appropriate individual economic development activities with this regional initiative, and to commit to help revise this working, ongoing regional plan as local initiatives evolve. And at the same time, the Chamber of Commerce is standing ready and willing and able to be a key convener to enable and facilitate this process going forward. So with that, I'm glad to take any questions anyone might have.
Thank you for your presentation, Bob. That was really helpful. Are there any commissioners that would like to either ask a question or make a comment on the presentation we've just heard?
Just a brief comment. So the Southeast Volusia Manufacturing Technology Group, I will say that they've been impressive in identifying Oak Hill, Edgewater, and New Smyrna's strengths and weaknesses. I've seen a lot of this stuff, Team Volusia, all this stuff that is more regional, and we're just kind of a blip on their radar screen. But the local people in Southeast Volusia who are made up of this group understand Southeast Volusia really well and understand the strengths and weaknesses. And you're right, there is no real room for economic development in terms of manufacturing, high-paying jobs. We don't have that space. That's Edgewater and Oak Hill. But at the executive level, we offer the retail, the living, the high-end living, and workforce, housing, Edgewater, Oak Hill. So I encourage you to get with them, have them give you a kind of a rundown on the strengths and weaknesses, and I think you'll find that they've identified that very well. Now, how we accomplish the rest is a much bigger chore, but they've done a good job on it.
Thanks a lot. Right.
If I can respond to that, I couldn't agree with you more, Commissioner McGurk. They're doing a terrific job. But I do work with Team Volusia and with the county, and they're begging us to get them pad-ready sites. And what we pointed out through this effort is New Smyrna has an opportunity. There is plenty of space with a lot of attractive characteristics, but we need to go through the process with the future land use and the comp plan amendment and get the zoning and work with the Utilities Commission and our local governments to get the infrastructure ready to go. And I think the landowner is ready to come forward and make a significant investment, but they want to see the public take the leadership on that. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that response. Anybody else?
I have a response. I appreciate your presentation and the hard work that Tony Audie and also Chris Edwards have done on these projects for 4 years. My background is this. I spent 4 years in a full term working with economic development, and I 100% want to support our future uses. To say that we don't have that land here now isn't an option. We must look at our opportunities for future use, because if not, we don't have that viable community and the good paying jobs that we need in this community. So I appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
So I also want to thank you for the presentation and everybody that was involved in this. We sat through both of the workshops, I think, previously over at the Brandon Center. And there's a lot of great ideas. There's a lot of collaboration from all different groups that came together to come up with this plan. I also believe that the Williamson Road extension is a vital part of that plan. It may have some unintended consequences, but I think the benefits far outweigh that. Because living on the west side of town, I see the large trucks up and down South Glencoe Road, which is a hazard to the pedestrians who live out there and everything else. And this would give them a viable alternative to using that as a cut through to go from 44 down to 442. So I would encourage staff to look at this and maybe bring this at our future presentations so that we can at least get some information and move forward with this. I would certainly support it, especially if the developer or property owner is going to put some of the infrastructure in place. And any way that we can help with that, I certainly would encourage that.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Hartman. Anybody else?
I'm okay for right now.
All right, good. City Manager, any remarks? I know that you work closely with this group.
Yes, I have been working with Bob and his group, and also the Volusia County and other cities on this regional plan. And as I mentioned to Bob and the group at the time during the summit, that having a business/industrial park is a vital for the city of West Palm Beach, and as well as the Southeast Volusia overall. I think without it, we don't have anything available to provide to some of these big businesses coming into our area that have high paying jobs. But having a regional 5-star business park where we provide the infrastructure and provide a pad ready for these businesses to come in and have it available for them without they have to go through the permitting process and all the other site plan and issues. So I think it saves time, it makes it available, We get a lot of times requests from Team Volusia. There's an investor, there's a company, they're trying to relocate, but we don't have anything available for them and a pad ready. So this is just my thinking that we need that, and I think we need that as soon as possible. Thank you. And thanks, Bob, for all you do along with your group.
Thanks, Bob. One more question, please.
I'm just trying to understand, is the premise that if we build it, they will come?
Well, if you don't have it, they won't come.
I understand. So the premise is, if we build it, they will come.
No, they are coming. They're just not coming to New Smyrna because we have nowhere for them.
My concentration's on New Smyrna, so I was just asking.
They
the
want to
premise-
come to New Smyrna. We just don't have any place for them.
I understand what you're saying. So what I am trying to verify is the premise is that if we build it, they will come to New Smyrna. Just verifying.
Yeah, Commissioner, great question. First of all, thank you, Mayor and Commissioner, for the opportunity to present to you today. Bob always does an exceptional job. Thank you so much, sir. But to answer your question specifically, and I'll give you a real-time example. I had the privilege of visiting a local company. I won't say because they're still kind of making up their minds, but they're looking right now, existing, 20 to 30,000 square feet of warehouse space we don't currently have. And what we do have is typically our big box, like the old eyesore that I know everyone is ready to see gone, and that is the old Kmart building. That's a building, possibly, but that's a real-time example of me visiting
No, I
that
understand what you're
business.
saying. I mean,
Yeah.
for years, I have heard this.
Yeah.
Okay, so probably close to 10 years. I've been through a lot of econ development meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
And I am just verifying that we are again saying, if we build it, they will come.
And I will say this also, Team Volusia is constantly sending economic development practitioners.
I understand.
Those lists
It's-
as well. So, yeah.
That's just verifying, that's all.
Chris, thanks, and feel free to expand. This is your time in the sun. So
I think Bob did an outstanding job of summarizing, but generally we've had a really good partnership with the three cities, Edgewater, New Smyrna Beach, and Oak Hill. Our practitioners, we meet regularly. We discuss this and we strategize this with the chamber on a regular basis, monthly. So I think we have a good strategy in place. It's just you got to work it. And that's one of the things about plans. They tend to sit on shelves or maybe not materialize, and people don't really see the value in them. But I think if we work it, we're focused, concentrated, as Bob has alluded to, I think we can see some tangible results. We're seeing that next door with 1 million square feet of industrial space, the Space Coast Industrial Park. And there's actually possibilities for that to materialize that may filter over into our community with those supplier-based companies as well. So, and obviously what the city manager has mentioned about the industrial and business park, hopefully a collaborative there that we can also have more pad-ready sites. So definitely there is a need, there's a justifiable need, and I think that this plan does speak to that. And it does take into account all of our strategic thoughts as a collective region on where we go from here and what our trajectory looks like.
Chris, can I add to that, please?
Yes.
So this is a little more than build it and they will come. We already have children and grandchildren here, and
Absolutely.
I see the struggles that our community have voiced. In our meeting that we had in October, I want to elaborate on what you discovered from our own New Smyrna Beach citizens. We had quite a few people that were there. There were 10 things that our citizens requested from that meeting. They were diversify the tax base, State Road 44 traffic, utility infrastructure was number 3 with flooding in the streets. Number 4 was our labor pool. Number 5 was permitting frustrations. Number 6 was diversify reliance on tourism. Number 7 is US 1. Number 8 is shovel-ready future use places for job and economic development. Number 9, higher paying jobs. Number 10 is parking. Those issues, in my opinion, are for a viable community, not build it, they will come.
Absolutely.
appreciate those remarks. Any others from the commission? This is huge, and it's on the doorstep, as you both can have been telling us, and I think we all may agree. The diversification, what it means for the city is it's either a healthy, my opinion is it's either we're either healthy or we are a struggling city, and that's in terms of the tax base. The thing I worry about most is most of the tax base is on the backs of the residents of our community. And unless you offload a portion of that, much more than what we have today, the residents will continue to see their tax rates grow. The businesses are doing very well. The time is right to grow the business base with ecotourism, which we talk about, with clean manufacturing, with executive placement. All of those are ripe for New Smyrna. As Commissioner McGurk points out, we have to the south, or maybe it was Commissioner Hartman, we have to the south of us the industrial opportunities where we can be an appendage to that. So absent doing this and really digging in and acting on it as a strategic initiative will be a big mistake in my view. So I certainly salute you. I'm delighted to see the chamber and the city side by side. I'd love to see a resident portion so that we can have a full balanced conversation about this. And so as we move forward in talking about this, Chris, if you would be open to a round table of advisors from our ranks, certainly Bob and somebody else from the chamber, but from other places around town. Certainly you heard Zoe from FABA and Richard England from the Canal Street, but there are many others that would have a piece to this puzzle and have a drumbeat where we actually put some milestones in place and moved forward, not all at once, not blue sky, one day in the future, but milestones that are attainable at 6-month intervals, and come back and talk with us about that. That would really be one way, in my opinion, to move the ball.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate your remarks, I appreciate your words, and as you can tell, the commission is energized by what you added. So thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Is there more, Chris, from your group? Or is
No, sir, that is
okay, very good.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, if I may just
Yes, sir.
make one comment following up on that. You know, we have quite a few requests in the past for businesses to relocate to New Smyrna, manufacturing and other businesses. And typically what happens is the permitting process and dealing with the zoning and then the planning issues, it's quite a bit, and that's sometimes deter them from relocating. So the idea that we thought about, if you have a regional business park, that all these issues are addressed. So these big manufacturers, businesses, they're trying to relocate, you take off the load of these issues up front for them. So all they have to do is just relocate their business. So that's one of the things that we thought about that, because it makes it a lot easier for these companies to relocate if you address all these issues up front. Thank you.
Really well said, Colin, and I'm sorry to just go on about this, but and there are there are many local business leaders in the room, and there are many new business leaders who have talked to me personally about their challenges with our processes within our city to get those permits. So while we can change out the commission, we can change out the city staff, unless we address those processes like you just suggested, Colin, and get that the ability to to get your business license up and running and knock down those barriers, we will be known for anti-business. And so I applaud you for going on the record and saying that is one of the initiatives you have in your head and that you would like to make it come real. I can tell you there are half a dozen businesses who have tried and said, too hard, I'm going somewhere else. So we really need, I appreciate what you're saying, and I'd really like to make that for action. Okay. Thank you so very much. Let's move on to the workshop portion. And I think the parking discussion, which is near and dear to many people's hearts, and as many of the citizenry has addressed as they came up for public participation, it will be a significant piece for today's activity. I want to remind everybody one more time for the record, this is a discussion. So what you bring forth from this, there's no voting taking place today. This is a workshop for us to air ideas, to lean forward, so ideas that come, whether they're good, bad, or in the middle, don't really matter, but they're all aspects of solutioning the way forward. So please, when you go back and you talk about what we're talking about to your constituency, it is a discussion. The City Commission is not up here to vote today on where we're going, and there's no finality to today's discussion. This is the start or a restart of a process that has been idled and now gets to be pushed up because it is on the front burner of everybody's mind. So with that in mind, let's go on to that. And I think the Assistant City Manager, Ron, you have a presentation for us today. Is that right?
Let me just open it up, Mayor, if you
Go right
don't
ahead.
mind. As you heard from the public participation on the traffic and parking challenges that we have, we've been working on this for quite some time. And back in 2014, when the task force was established, and they were established for 6 months, and quite a few suggestions and recommendations came out of the task force that I think they were important. I think they were a viable solution to some of the problem, but I don't think we followed up on all of it. So I have asked Ron to make this presentation. And again, as you mentioned, this is really a discussion for the commission as well as the public and the staff. So this is not the final solution for the problem, but I think we need to look at some options that are available. If you ask today, do we have a parking issue? I think you will get 3 answers. One, you will say, we don't have any parking issues. One will say, yes, we do. And one they will say, maybe. So until we get to the bottom of it, of what the options are, and also the important issue is the funding. And the public-private partnership, I think it's a must in any solution that we can come up with in terms of the parking. So you have 2 presentations at this point, Mayor. You have the Assistant City Manager will talk about the parking challenges and issues and solutions and funding. And also I have asked the parking ambassadors to talk about the loading and unloading zones that we have created. We made some adjustment to them. I just want to make sure that we bring it up. They have met with the FABA group, but I just want to make sure that we present that. And then if you give me at the end just to make closing comments, I would really appreciate it. So with that.
Absolutely, Colin. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Colin, do you want the loading zone first or me?
No, you.
So this is Assistant City Manager Ron Niebert, and Ron, this has been something front and center for you, if I remember right, for quite a while.
All right, somebody help me. How do I make it big?
Ron?
How do I make?
Let's go to the public.
There you go. Thank you very much. Again, to reiterate, these are proposals. These are ideas to begin a conversation. I would hope that any action taken in the future would be after thoughtful consideration of the commission and staff in consultation and input of the interested parties that are here today. So given that, let's begin. So let's talk about parking here in New Smyrna Beach. Again, the big question, do we have a parking problem? And is the parking problem a result of regulatory issues? Is there a functional issue, or is it a perception issue? And I always like to use the Walmart 300 scenario, that people will go to a Walmart parking lot, and they'll park out in the middle of the lot or at the end of the lot and walk 300 yards to get into the store and to the back of the store and have no problem doing that. But in a downtown business district, if they can't park in front of the exact store they want to go at the exact time they want to do it, you have a parking problem. So which is it? I think it's a combination of all three. Let's look at mainland parking. So let's consider, where do we have problems in the mainland parking, the Canal District? Is it problems during the normal business periods? Obviously, we have to evaluate that. Is it a seasonal issue, summer, Christmas, other times of the year? Do we only have a problem during special events? And obviously, is it the parking practices of the people and businesses that work and live in the area? Are we providing enough parking? Is there consideration for parking for the employees and residents that live within this mainland parking district? Well, here's the current situation we have in the Canal Street District. The current Canal Street District regulatory requirements, there are two numbers. One right now is 554 required parking spaces. But as the community and the commission is aware, a number of decades ago, apparently, the city, in an effort to spur growth and encourage growth in the two main downtown areas, Flagler and Canal, created a 50% program where the true regulatory requirements of parking were reduced by 50% to allow businesses to give them an easier time to, quote, meet regulatory requirements and open their businesses. Now, that has had success in both areas. The problem that we have now is we are suffering from our success. The regulatory requirements under the 50% discount in the current mainland district is 554. We utilize our true regulatory requirements that are in our current codes. The requirement of parking is 1,108. Current spaces available on private property through businesses that are providing space, there's 365. Current spaces available on public lots is 179. Current available spaces on on-street locations is 159, giving us a total of 703 total spaces. The difference being, and I've given you two numbers, utilizing the discounted parking rate, we actually have a surplus of 149 spaces. Utilizing the normal regulatory requirements, we have a deficit of 405. My personal opinion, the truth is somewhere in between in terms of what we have to have. This gives you an idea of where our current mainland parking sites are for public parking in the Canal Street District. Kind of give us an idea of what we have available in terms of locational. So then let's go to beachside. Again, the same questions. What are the parking problems beachside? Is it normal business periods? Is it seasonal events, special events, parking practices, and obviously is employees and the additional issue of beach visitors? Are the beach visitors adding to the parking problem in the Flagler district? So let's look at what we have in the beachside available parking. Spaces available on private property is 715. Public spaces available, 453 spaces. Total spaces available in the Flagler Avenue zone is 1,168. Unfortunately, we don't have any regulatory data available. The problem that we had is the city's done a number of parking studies in the past, and the problems that were done in those studies is the assumption was always made was that the beach parking satisfies the beach requirement, which we in fact know is not true. But the studies left that hole open. They went on the assumption that everybody that goes to the beach is going to park on the beach. And as a matter of fact, everybody in this room knows that's not true. So there was some fault in the original studies and in my analysis of them, that we didn't take the true demand of the district into account. The previous study conducted in 2011 actually showed, but keeping the caveat in mind, the flaw in the logic, an overall surplus in parking in the Flagler district with what they called locational deficits closer to the beach and surpluses away from the beach, meaning people are parking closer to where they want to go and the people parking further away don't want to do that. They want to park as close to where they can get, and obviously they fill in based on need. Again, in my opinion, the truth is somewhere in between. So let's look at what we have, and obviously physical options to address parking needs. The quick and easy, of course it's not easy, but the quick and obvious to me, and I think a lot of people, and of course there's a lot of people in this room that again disagree with that, is the ability to provide parking garages. So parking garages obviously would be elevated multi-story structures to take advantage of the low horizontal volume that we have available for parking in our two downtown areas, and raising that up and creating additional space in a vertical manner. There's two parking program financing methods that we can do to address garages. One is called a business improvement district, and it's a statutory program where property owners within a specified district and approved by petition, the majority of those property owners within that district, the authorization to assess themselves for the purpose of providing specialized services to benefit the owners within that district. And I'll get into that a little bit later. Again, the other option in terms of building parking garages would be a public-private initiatives where local government and private owners or private developers partner to fund and operate parking projects and programs within the areas that we want to address. So let's look at the numbers. Construction of a 250-space parking garage. Right now, the estimated cost of that is $9 million. To debt service that, the city could issue a revenue bond, tax-exempt revenue bond. The going rate for tax-exempt revenue bonds right now over a 20-year period is 4.25% on issuance. That would generate an annual debt service bond payment of $672,000. Under a proposal with the BID, the Business Improvement District proposal, the annual cost could be split between the business community, utilizing the BID revenues, and the city utilizing parking revenues of $336,000 a year each from each entity. And I'll stop at this second if somebody has any questions. If you want to do that incrementally, we can do that.
Any questions at this point?
So what is our current revenue from parking? Do you know that? Ballpark or?
What we got about?
You talk about parking from the off-beach parking?
Front?
Probably,
Yes,
I
from the
would
parking
say
front.
the million and a half,
Okay.
in that range annually.
Colin, can you also tell us when you started charging for the parking, the lots that we have now, how long has that been going on? That is something that has been done that's relatively in the last few years, and then how much we have in that budget account, if you know it, generalized.
Yeah, I think we established a program back in 2000, right after the task force, I would say probably 2015, 2016. So it's been at least 6 years. I think it exceeded our initial projections when we had the program was initiated. So it looks like it's actually increasing revenue on a yearly. So I think right now probably I would say about $1.5 million, if I'm not mistaken.
$1.5 million per year.
Annually, yes, ma'am. And that is the 27th Avenue Park, the Mary Ann Clancy Park, the Flagler Avenue, the North Beach Park, and also the North Causeway boat ramp and the swoop site.
And these parkings are permitted and allowed free for citizens, correct? But
Well, they're free for Volusia County residents, not just New Smyrna.
Volusia. Thank you.
Okay, I'll
Wait,
continue.
just want to get a quick question there, if I might. Okay. What is the parking capacity of the US 1 Canal Street lot that's never used? I mean, we all know.
30, 35, 36 spaces.
Thank you. And when you say property owners affected within a specified district, so I'm looking at would, for example, Flagler include Florida Avenue and Jessamine?
I have some proposals
Got it.
moving forward. So, parking lot alternative on Beachside. Looking at that, you may recognize that location. The Coronado Center is within the area. We have city property behind the shuffleboard courts, and a potential of partnering with the church that owns the property there to the west, the A and B sites on that. This appears to be the most functional and space available site for moving forward. Ideally, at this point, we need to find a space of about half an acre, maybe up to 3/4 of an acre to support that site. So obviously that site could work. Obviously, if we choose this as a proposed location for that, engineering and design would go into fixing the specific location and any adjustments to those properties that we may have to make. But in terms of a starting point, I think in terms of serving the area and having the most effective and efficient parking facility, this location on the beachside location works the best.
And I could add, Mayor, from back in 2014 when we had a parking garage experts that they came in and looked at several sites. And I remember at the time they mentioned that at a minimum you need to have 200 by 200 and that to make it economically feasible to have a parking garage. So obviously when you look at this, I think this is probably, it needs to be expanded a little bit. I think having a partnership with the church and also with the business owner along Canal Street, that this could be a combined retail, maybe you could even have a community center as well as parking garage. But in the meantime, we have to keep in mind that we have to protect, I guess, the characteristics of Flagler Avenue, whether we do a parking garage or not, but that will be vital that we have to do.
Well said. I appreciate that, Colin. And that there was an expert, a certificated, licensed professional involved in that. Many of us have closely held opinions about what we think about parking, but I don't know, I have not seen an expert of any of us in this regard. We're great merchants, we're great restaurateurs, we're great residents, but a parking expert, somebody who has already skinned their knees along the way and maybe developed successes at other coastal communities that have not disturbed the quality of life that is there is in order here. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah. You know, in any issues that you have, and in this one in particular, I mean, we could look at parking garages all day, but having the experts come in at that time and talk to the task force and provide their insight, because they do parking garages on a daily basis. I mean, that is what they do. They go into communities, they do the study, and then they come up with a parking garage that fits the community that they're looking at. But we have them look at 3 different sites. They looked at the one on Flagler. I mean, we were opposed completely because of the location of it. But again, they were talking about you want to find a centralized location for this parking. So having a parking garage expert, not just a parking expert, but having a parking garage expert, I think it does help. And it does help to have even a traffic or a parking consultant to be involved with this, and having the community be involved with the decision making, I think it'd be important as well.
Very good. And Ron, to date, have you involved any of the residents in that area and floated these ideas past? So, you know,
we had a meeting last week with representatives of the Chamber, FABA, and the Canal Street District to run over this proposal.
Certainly the businesses. How about residents that live nearby in that area?
Not as of yet.
Yeah, I think that's a vital piece to the puzzle here. There's going to be, you know, there'll be consternation for sure about not in my backyard, What's this divided by me? Love the city, but I don't care enough to give up my own blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? So, again, this is a great discussion. I want to make it clear, we're floating ideas and discussing. So go ahead.
Obviously, as I stated earlier, thoughtful consideration and participation with those involved, and absolutely will be part of that. So parking lot alternatives on the Canal District, we have two potential locations. Number one is the current parking lot, which lies west of the Chamber of Commerce building and the parking area adjacent to the county building. So we see that. That's lots B, C, and D, those properties in that location there. There's adequate space there. Obviously, it would take some coordination with the county in terms of providing the space. But working within that footprint, trying to find the space that would accommodate the needs of the district and obviously those of the adjacent property owners. So that would be, in my opinion, the priority location for consideration. The second option, and has been discussed previously, is the property in the lot behind the Utilities Commission property. My concern with that is we know the Utilities Commission has a long-term plan of relocating their facility out of the downtown area and relocating it. The concerns that we have right now is, one, we don't know when those definite plans are going to take place. Two, we don't know what any future potential users may be and how to coordinate our needs with the Utilities Commission. I think the needs of the commission on their use of that property would outweigh any overall benefit we could get on that property in designing a project. I think it becomes more complicated and cumbersome, potentially expensive given some of the considerations. So given the uncertain nature of the Utilities Commission's future, I think it's a good option if we can't make something work out on option number one.
Ron?
Yes, sir.
There is also another piece of property just further south on Magnolia, just at the overpass.
Yes, sir.
That is vacant and was for sale. At the time we were at the height of the market and their asking price was kind of extreme, we felt, the previous commission. So didn't pursue it at all. Have you looked at that as another potential? I know it's a little further off of Canal Street, but certainly would be a doable situation.
It's certainly an option to consider as we move forward. Obviously, the benefit of both sites is that we have public ownership.
Right.
So our capital cost in getting into those properties in terms of trying to do the project overall would be less, because if we can acquire, obviously, the Canal District property through a cooperative agreement with the county and the city, there should be no capital cost. Obviously, the beachside one, we do have some private interest on part of the property we're looking at, so that would entail some costs there. So at this point, I'm looking at, one, from a locational standpoint, what works best, both from a locational standpoint and from a financial standpoint in terms of total investment. But certainly that could be an option if we can't have our first choices. Okay.
Ron, I have.
Oh, I'm a little bit curious, as you alluded to earlier, that people have the perception if I can't park in front of that store, I'm not going in the store.
Correct.
And this is a very eastbound, if you will, parking. Both of those are very east. Will somebody park in a garage at Sam and Canal and walk to the Posh Pineapple or the Healing Zone? I mean, if we can't get them to walk from the parking lot we have now into Canal, what makes us think that we could get them to walk westward from here?
Well, I call it, no, I don't call it anything, but I'll describe what would happen. If we create the garage here, those in proximity that park out here now, that work here, are going to move in and park into the garage. So basically, we're moving the parking into the garage.
I understand. How do we get people then to go from that parking? So you're saying that we leave the openings, that the west side of the street will have the parking spaces on the street open because...
People will be parking in the garage.
Because it'll absorb. Thank you.
Okay.
Ron, I have another question. The Advent parking lot, the gravel parking lot on Magnolia, where the employees park. I know Advent, I believe, is moving.
Correct.
So what are the future use and possibility of taking that lot with next owners and combining a private partnership, private government partnership with that lot? And that would definitely help special event parking to get the people off of, parking in front of the businesses, to free them up, have employees have possible free parking, a lot of opportunities there. But that lot is huge, and it would be out of sight.
It definitely has opportunities. Again, as with the Utilities Commission, we have an entity that's needing it right now. We know they have future plans. We know it'll take 2 to 3 years to build a new medical facility out west of town, let alone the planning involved. So I guess the question, we can wait for maybe some of these other sites to develop, or we can move forward now with opportunities that we currently have available. But obviously, that's a decision we can make in the future.
Are they interested at all? Have they been approached?
Not at this point. Obviously, this is just the beginning steps, and my hope is that a group is formed of the city and interested parties to evaluate the options and come to this body at a future date with a firm recommendation on the best way that we as a community feel would address the issue.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perina, I would continue this to the previous CRA, which was established in '85 and sunsetted in 2015. Before it was converted to Advent, they have worked with Birdfish at the time, and they were thinking about a parking garage in that specific area you just referred to. So it was considered in the past. There was some discussion, but that was with the previous, with the Birdfish, not with Advent.
So in talking about the BID boundaries, obviously a beginning point for discussion is the boundary of the Flagler Avenue Special Parking District. So under the BID concept, property owners within that district or a modified district, we don't have to follow an existing boundary. We can develop the boundary based on what we feel has the most impact and need on that. But at this point, this is a beginning point of discussion, so we could utilize for the BID boundary a Flagler Avenue Special Parking District boundaries to do that. So under the BID concept, the owners within that boundary would each be mailed a ballot. So the concept under BID is one property, one vote. So if you have an individual that owns 3 separate parcels, they get 3 votes. So 50% plus 1 of the owners, property owners within that district, vote on the proposal, and they then authorize the implementation of the assessment to pay for specific improvements in the district.
Just a quick question. People, like, there are condos on Flagler.
Correct.
So are the condos also a voting property separate from the?
If it's an individual taxing parcel, yes.
Thank you.
So the mainland special parking district boundaries here, I think we might need to make some adjustments regarding that, because I think some of the gaps there would need to be included in there. But I think at the beginning point, we can utilize the mainland special parking district boundary for beginning in terms of looking at a potential BID boundary for parking. So now we've looked at a garage strictly from the city standpoint, us building it in partnership with property owners. The other option, again, is private and or public-private options. So what other options are available for building a garage? We can do one, a combined public-private project with equal investment. So the city issues an RFP for a private developer to come in, and we negotiate as a full partner with them on the construction, operations, and management of the parking garage. So we figure out the $9 million cost, who's going to operate it, who's going to maintain it, who's going to pay for it, who's going to derive the revenues from that. That would be a negotiated agreement with a combined public-private project. The other is a public-private option with land lease and the city receiving a portion of net revenue. So we could put out an RFP for a private developer to come in and develop a privately operated garage on our properties that we would do a long-term land lease with them for that garage. And part of the negotiation is that we'd receive a percentage of net revenues on that as our participation and our interest in the value of that property. Obviously, we could look at the sale of the property to a private entity, so we could do an RFP to a private developer to come in, sell those properties, and they obviously run it on a for-profit basis. So the $9 million investment to that, obviously they would have land cost and they would amortize that. They would determine what they need to generate in revenue, parking revenues, to make that a profitable venture for them. That's an option that we can do. The other option is a total public investment, meaning we don't involve anybody. The city incurs, in this case, let's not think it's $9 million for both garages. It's $9 million each. So citywide, we're looking at an $18 million investment in 2 garages, 1 in each district. Each would stand on its own merits on the BID and be funded only by the property taxes in that district. But we could, as a city, look at it as a total public investment and total public city operation. That's certainly an option that the city could consider. Other things to consider on parking as we move forward to support the needs and demands of parking. Obviously, shuttle and valet services to take people from those distances where they don't want to walk and bring them to the restaurant they want to go so that they don't have to. They're in essence getting a free ride to the place they want to go, even though they may be parking 3 blocks away. A parking placard system. So we have, now that's not as big of an issue now because we don't have any really timed areas in terms of parking limits. But if we want to initiate parking limits in terms of restrictions on how long you can park, we can do a placard system. So let's say, I used the example before, you have a beauty shop down there, and you know what? It takes 4 or 5 hours for somebody to go in and get their perm in color. But we have a 2 or 3 hour limit. We could provide parking placards to local businesses to allow individuals to park in those restricted areas over that. But we only provide a limited amount of those to those businesses, and it's solely for the customers coming into that business. The other issue in terms of it not only will generate revenue to help support the construction and payments on the districts, would be street parking, not meters, but kiosks. Obviously, we don't want to put meters at every parking space. We have enough clogged sidewalks. But utilizing the St. Augustine model, or the model we have currently in place, parking kiosks with the licensing, people put their ticket in there, you know you have it, having the kiosk to generate revenue. The reason I think we're getting a lot of beach parking is because they can park out there for free right now. So if we start evening the field, and you now only have to either pay on the beach or pay on the street, maybe we're going to start forcing some of those people who are now getting the free ride on the street to move on to the beach. So that's an option in terms of, one, addressing an issue in terms of people don't want to pay if they don't have to. And I think by forcing them to pay, we may force some of those people back to the beach who aren't going there now, and obviously trying to generate revenues to help pay for the capital costs. So let the fun begin.
Very good, Ron. Thank you for your humor and your measured approach at this, and opening a discussion that needs to happen. Are there any commissioners with a comment or a question? Certainly interested in Randy and Jason, since you guys have been up here before. This is not the first rodeo here on this issue. I'd love to understand where we've come from and why we are still here where we are.
You're the I'm always willing to go first. You know, to be honest, and I'm going to look at the commissioners because it's really what we're trying to do here.
It's a scene out of It's a Wonderful Life, right? The bank gets ready to go under, the fire truck goes by. So, we're talking parking.
Yes. Where to start? I've heard all this before, many, many times. And the funny thing is, I've only been here for a little bit of time considering how long these exact issues have been discussed. They've been discussed 10 years, they've been discussed 20 years, they've been discussed 40 years. The bottom line is, nothing is ever gonna happen until this group up here makes a decision to actually go forward with something. And the most important reason why this board struggles to make any decision is because of them. We are beholden to you. You all out there don't understand or may not realize the amount of power that you have. You elect us, you put it up here. So we have Chip with the coalition, we have Stephanie with the chamber, we have Jay as the local architect who's been involved, we got Scott who's very involved in the chamber, Flagler. So my question is, if I said, you know, raise your hand if you feel like you have good solutions to what we should do, you all are gonna raise your hand. And I said, but raise your hand if you're willing to accept from us contrary to what you actually think is right or the direction we should go. Y'all gonna put your hands down. So that in itself creates the struggle within us. That's how it works. So same problems. What do we do? I wrote some notes to touch on. And I asked this guy's name. His name was Andrew. And he comes in with a really good basic idea. What he doesn't know is that idea has come into us probably 20 times over the last 20 years. So what was Andrew's idea? Hey, we got to stop bunching up everything on Flagler. We got to spread this out a little bit. We got arteries and veins coming in, right? We got Jess, who's talked about living on Cooper. We have, living on Yupon. And what happens to the surrounding neighborhoods? Well, we've talked everything about surrounding all the neighborhoods surrounding Flagler. Do we make Flagler one way? We need to incorporate the streets to the east to the north and the south. But then as soon as you do that, you have everybody who lives in those neighborhoods being dramatically affected. They will be affected. So that's exactly why nothing has ever been done on that. You have Deb Dugas, you have Wade Mahood, I can go on forever, the list of the people who come in. So we can have a great meeting today. If we go and have this discussion and give staff direction to bring it back at a commission meeting, guess what happens? We have a whole new group of people who show up because they realize we're actually talking about their neighborhood or something that's going to specifically affect their neighborhood, their home, their area. So the one thing that we can't do is make change without changing and how it affects people in that area. Employee parking, I want to touch on that. Employee parking is a big deal, and it's something as a business owner irritates me because my goal for my business is to not let my employees take up the best parking spaces or the closest parking spaces to the businesses. Now, that is we want to address this issue at one point. We had a few blocks off of Flagler. We thought what a great place that would be, that we can make it a parking lot. More importantly, it would be a place for the businesses to use for employee parking. All the restaurants say there, people get out late at night, too dangerous, we're not gonna walk there. The bottom line is the demand wasn't there for the businesses to have to get together and say, hey, we need a plan. Hey, you could all get all the businesses together to have a golf cart and shuttle back and forth, have some people with security. We're getting to the point now where that would actually make sense. But we tried to do something with that property. We couldn't come up with anything, so there was a big push from the people in the community, because most of the things we do is a reaction from the people in the community to sell it, get it back on the tax rolls, which it is now. That piece of property would be very valuable today and going forward for a number of different uses about what we talk about. So going to the parking garages and city property, we need to make some of these decisions we can make easily today. I would never want to sell the property, and I'd probably be more inclined to well, definitely lease it out. How much business does the city actually want to be in? That's a touchy subject. Best thing to probably do is do a land lease to someone, private company. But then we're going to have security issues. We know, we have a lot of information from Volusia County operating the parking garage on Beach Street, on A1A, across from Ocean Walk. A lot of security issues. So if we go forward with a parking garage, we're going to have a very detailed plan in place on how we and how the operator of the parking garage deals with security. We have to be willing to make decisions that are going to affect these people. Not everybody's going to be happy. And so we can continue to have the visioning sessions. We continue to have the workshops. And everything that everybody says is great and valid. But we're going to keep having that same discussion unless we're willing to make a call that's going to upset some of our friends, some of our political proponents, some of our political opponents. So that's probably all the information is the same. The only thing that's different is us up here and the people in the audience for the most part. But this is a discussion for 40 years. And it's great because everybody has, mostly for the same part, the same comments over that whole period of time. It's the tough issues. We know that getting the deliveries in a delivery zone, that was easy. That's not hard. So we've done the low-hanging fruit, and there may be a little bit more there, but let's tackle the tough issues. So we got to be willing to make mad those who we value your opinions and want you to be part of the collaborative effort.
Well, I appreciate that. Vice Mayor, any words of wisdom for how we should proceed?
I've worked in 2 previous cities that utilize parking garages quite a bit. Both of them were beneficial. To Chip's point, Winter Park partnered with the college, developed a parking garage, and it was available for the public and also for the college. With night classes and so forth, it worked out well because of the timing and the usage. Orlando signed off on a parking garage because they were building a downtown fire station. So they were guaranteed committed parking spots for the employees to park in that parking lot. They were limited access, so that worked out well for them. So I kind of lean towards, the parking garage concept, and I think it can be done right. Mount Dora just recently built one, or in the process. It was a very attractive building and design, and I think the citizens over there were really welcome to it. I don't want to be the owner of the parking garage, because anytime you tie a city to a project, costs are going to go up. And people are going to know, oh, you've budgeted $9 million, it's going to cost you $9 million to build it. So I'm a big proponent of public-private partnerships. I think it can be done better, cheaper, and be a more effective way to do that. If we want to commit to, we'll guarantee you renting so many parking spaces in order to offset your costs, I think that's one of the avenues that we need to look at. But to Jason's point is, we're the decision-making body, but there are 40 different opinions out there on how it should be done and what should be done. So until we get a consensus from the business group, the residents, and not just the residents in New Smyrna Beach, but the people who are going to live down there. I mean, you take the people on Jasmine Island, Florida, they're going to tell you they don't want a parking garage, they don't want extra parking, make them go somewhere else. Jesse says, oh, you park in front of my house because you have a right-of-way. And then the people on Pine say, oh, no, don't park there. We don't even want you to put a sidewalk in your property because it will make our property look unattractive. So until we can get a consensus of those individuals who are directly involved in this or directly effective of this, I don't think we can make a decision. We can force something down someone's throat, but then, is it an effective project? And are we constantly going to get pushback? So I've seen where these things work, and they work well, and we can be creative in the way that we do this. but it's going to have to be a consensus of everybody in order to move forward, or we're just going to have to suck it up and force something on somebody and, you know, take the consequences as we go on. So, you know, when I was running for election in 2016, I sat through FABA's meetings on the shuttle system. Everybody liked the shuttle system. Shuttle was a good idea, but nobody wanted to pay for it. So we looked at alternatives on how to pay that, and we came up with a shuttle program. Nobody liked that program because it was utilizing Votram. Whether that was the right system, I don't agree with that, but that was what, you know, we pursued at the time once I was elected. So that's why it's got to be a collaboration of everybody that's involved. And it's not just going to be a parking engineers, city engineers, us here on staff. It's going to have to be everybody involved. To actually, if you truly want to solve the problem, you're going to have to come to the table and you're going to have to be able to say, I don't like the idea, but I support the idea. So.
Yeah, let me add, and I thought the shuttle, some of the things we've had. The shuttle issue wasn't just who's going to pay for it. We had a lot of people, some in this room, absolutely didn't want it. Worst thing in the world, going to ruin the area. Ecotourism. We had the water taxi. Water, you know, I've heard people talk about TPO. Been involved with TPO since 2004. That water taxi was the whole rage, ecotourism. And bottom line is, city had to put up money, governments put up the money, and it was supposed to then be taken over by the private sector in some form or another. The bottom line is it never worked. Funding stopped, went over to Marine Discovery Center. They kind of quasi-ran it. Eventually, the water taxi folded up, doesn't exist anymore. People were very upset that private dollars were funding this venture. So, again, when government gets involved, it's not only people happy or not happy with it. We get a lot of people who start coming in dealing with the fact that their tax dollars are going to something that they don't support. The shuttle and the water taxi are great examples of lots of effort and put into something. We had the grant money. Let me make very clear. We had the grant money for the shuttle. It was going to come down through FDOT. We had to decline it because it wasn't about just the businesses not willing to pay for it after the grant money was done. People were very upset that this shuttle was going to come anywhere near their home. So,
thank you. Commissioner Martin.
You know, going back to an early part of the presentation, I don't see that we ever quantified the problem. You said, hey, is it normal business, seasonal, special events, parking practices? Well, we didn't answer that. So I am curious about quantifying when and how the problem exists. For example, if it's special events, I'm not sure what the parking garage is going to do because we're going to be busy with other things anyway. So I think the problem needs to be quantified. I don't see anybody looking at anything, you know, passive things that we can do that are less expensive. If special events are when the big problems are, perhaps we can use traffic control from our police force at that time. So, I mean, until we quantify when it exists, it's not a 24/7 by 365-day-a-year problem. But if we only look at garages, we are throwing a full-time solution at a part-time problem. I just need some quantification on that. I need quantification on our ROI and our total cost of ownership, and an understanding that we can't put everyone 10 feet from the door they want to enter. And I think that's going to be our biggest problem. No matter if and where we put a garage, we will never be 10 feet from the chosen door of the business. So those are some of my thoughts. I just think we need to be, passive things that we can do very quickly and easily is to make it easier for people to walk and bike. Less wear and tear on the streets, less property needed. Not everybody is going to take that solution. I'm just talking about something that can quickly and easily be done that will take a little bit of the problem away. Right now, most people complain that they think it's too dangerous or they can't find a bike rack, so therefore they drive instead, and that exacerbates the problem. So those are my thoughts.
That's really, really helpful. And if you don't mind, I don't want to put you on the spot. I don't know about those passive techniques. So can you enumerate some that you might have seen or used or have in your head that might work? I think about the passive things also, like when we talk about special events, having our police force out there or deputized folks directing traffic, that gets the flow going. And to the concierge service thing, this is about egress and ingress. But on the parking specifically, a traffic cop's not going to help get a parking place. So help me with some other of the ideas that you might have on the passive stuff.
Well, we've even had things I can remember in 18, and what I remember from the big trolley deal with Votran is that according to the experts we hired, we could expect one rider per hour. And I think it was $68 out of our pocket, city pocket, to put one rider per hour on that bus. And since the person that we took to the beach would probably want to come back, it was costing us, I think $136 for one person to visit Canal. Part of the issue with using the shuttle system for beach traffic was people didn't want to take their coolers, their umbrellas, 17 kids, whatever, that huge quantity of stuff, ride it to the beach. And the full circuit was supposed to take an hour, so let's say you get to the beach and 15 minutes later there is a thunder and lightning storm. Your next pickup is 45 minutes away. So it wasn't going to help with the problem, bottom line. Very expensive way, and I think we frequently have unintended consequences. On the other hand, there are places that do have big, low-speed vehicles that can handle 6 or 10 people. The private-public partnership where these people have the vehicles, they have the replacement vehicles, they have the maintenance, they have the drivers, they have the spare parts, that could be used, for example, to, if special events is the big problem and the vendors for special events, let's park them off-site and use those vehicles to move them over. That would be one example of a passive way to use it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Commissioner Perrine.
So I want to focus on a few of the positives, and I've been taking notes, and I also want to let you know some of the emails and some of the feedback that I've received from you, the citizens. First of all, I want to thank the people that are here, because you guys represent not all of our 30,000 citizens, but a good representation of who has been involved with parking. So my next question is, how do we get more of those 30,000 people in here and active and involved? So we do have a good representation of what people want, not just a few of us. Secondly, I don't really have an opinion one way or another of what we need. That opinion's going to come from you and from the feedback that these people give to us. I want to first thank Collin and the past board from 2015 to 2016 that we now have 1.5 million a year in revenue that we did not have before. So to say that we haven't done anything is a mistake. We have. That is a huge accomplishment. And we need funding for all of this. 2, the unloading and loading on Flagler Avenue is huge. 3, I see that we have 3 issues that we need to address: Flagler, Canal, and further south on Beachside, where there could be opportunities for parking garage if that's what the 30,000 people want, and how we fund it, whether it's private or a shared opportunity. I don't think we need to be in the business of doing that, but I do think we should be open ears on that. one of the notes that I had about parking in front of the homes. To offset that, I've received a lot of emails and a lot of feedback from people saying, I don't want cars in front of my home. I don't want them running my grass, parking on the sidewalk. They even park in front of my driveway to the point where I can't even get out. I live a couple blocks from here, and I've had that happen myself during special events. People will park in front of on my street, and my street is so narrow, there is no parking in front of my street. If I have guests, they can't park on the street, so we have to walk to my home. So not every street is the same, so you can't use that as a viable way to do it. Could it be one way? Yes, it could on some streets, but not all streets. You can't just take away the sidewalk and then boom, you don't have walking paths. And you know, it's not all about parking, it's about the bike paths and the walking. To say that parking garages are 4 stories high and concrete and are ugly, that's a misconception. I had a person send me, it was a citizen saying they moved here from Ocala. Here's the parking garage they just put in. I had to look at it 3 times to even realize it was a parking garage. It did not look anything like a parking garage. I thought it was beautiful buildings, historic buildings. So there's a lot of ways that you can do a front on those without making it look where you even see cars parked there. So please consider that your images are not that anymore. Things have changed. To say that we have options to go forward with this, we really need a lot of your feedback on, and I really appreciate that you guys are here, and I encourage you to invite all your neighbors too. The businesses are viable here. We need to support them and make sure they have, their employees have access to be able to get to work. That's huge. We need to support our local businesses and keep their doors open. We also need to consider the neighborhood around them, because we all love this community and we're here for a reason today. And thank you.
Appreciate that. If you're a resident non-business owner, raise your hand. Just a resident. Okay. And those hands down. If you are a business owner, raise your hand. Okay. So just so we know who's, you know, and now we know who's in the room. We were advertising that this was a workshop about parking. We see modest participation, and so I think it's a reflection, like Randy was saying. You remind us, Randy, that this will personally affect some people. And so because we are tasked with being stewards of the whole, from my view, we must do the right thing for the whole and pay the consequences for those decisions, or receive the accolades for doing those decisions. So I'm sensitive to what you and Jason have told us about where we have been in the past and the fortitude that it takes to go forward when you know that there are going to be friends and foes alike that are going to be, their lives will be changed because of a change of our policy. As a systems engineer, I favor a holistic approach to traffic and parking solutions, not spot parking solutions. Water-like traffic will flow to the least point of resistance, and so we fix it in one place and we create a problem in another place. So I prefer a holistic approach to this, not just about parking, but parking and flow. Thank you, sir. And something that is studied. There are many in this room with tightly held opinions, and myself included, and I don't consider myself an expert. So I like the idea that you propose, City Manager, of reinvigorating the task force, for sure, but inserting in that certainly the residents and also a certificated expert who knows this business. I might add, in addition to that, there are other coastal communities who have faced these challenges before. And so engaging that municipality to come, those municipalities to come and offer their scars, their war wounds, and their successes and challenges might be in order. I've lived in coastal towns in the East Coast and the West Coast that are as old or older than ours and have faced those type of challenges in the past. And they don't need to be far away. Charleston, Savannah, Newport, Rhode Island, Annapolis, Maryland, Coronado, California, Monterey, California. They are all coastal communities that are tiny and have faced these challenges before. We open the aperture and look and not have to step in every pothole ourselves. Lastly, in favor of Commissioner Hartman's idea, I don't think the city needs to be in the parking business. I'm sure that many of the businesses would rather be in their business and not be hassled with the parking business. So I, too, favor a public-private partnership. There's certain days of the week you can roll a bowling ball down either of our business centers. Other days, it is congested as all get out. We have to have someone with a business sense that's willing to join with us and say, I know business, I will take that risk. I know I can make money doing a parking business. And I think that's a beginning step, not at the end we say we're going to do it, because we get somebody in here who's interested in doing it, and they'll run the numbers, run the math, and say, hey, I've done it in Winter Park, or I've done it in any of these other cities. I think your city with the demographic and the business flow could also make that work here. So my personal preference is the public-private partnership. Anyway, are there any other remarks from staff, Mr. Niebert, anything, or city manager?
Yes, sir. It's very interesting that this conversation that we're having right now, we've had it, I cannot count them for you. And I think at the bottom line, when we established the task force back in 2014, and they came up with some recommendations, and some of the recommendations that we have implemented. And I recall looking at the parking fees, and initially we started off by charging $5 throughout, and the opposition was there. Then we said, how about, okay, if we just take free passes for New Smyrna Beach residents? Then all of a sudden the county jumped in saying, hey, we have participated in your parking funds. So therefore, Volusia County residents should be included as well. So at the bottom line, we end up with a program. It's established and it has been successful. Look at the parking task force. I mean, the parking ambassadors. We didn't have a parking ambassadors previously. We couldn't afford to have one. However, with this program that we have right now with the parking fees, we have established the parking ambassadors, and it's been effective to enforce some of these parking requirements that we have. Purchasing properties and creating parking, cooperating with the county, we have. But at the end of the day, as Commissioner McGurk said, it's going to end up on this dais that we have to make the decision to implement. Take, for example, the water taxi. The water taxi, they had a grant from FINE for a certain time. And then when it wasn't supporting itself, they stopped it. We had a private firm who came in from Ponce Inlet, operated the water taxi, was fine. And they were operating out of the Parkside, Riverside Park. All they had to do is pay for a submerged land lease that was $600 that they have to pay to DEP. They budged on that, even though the City Commission have waived all the parking fees that they have to pay for using the parking at the Brandon Center. And they left. We tried to work with them. And then you go into the trolleys. The trolleys, we started as an idea. We applied for a grant from DOT. We received the grant. And the opposition was the trolley is big, the trolley is small, So we looked at options, but always it comes down where you find the opposition. So that's why I'm highly recommending that we establish or reestablish the task force, have the businesses from Canal and from Flagler and residents as well. When we had the parking task force, I was personally involved with that task force. We brought experts for them in every topic that they talked about. So I think that is needed, and if you wanted to get everybody involved, I think you need to have that. And I think you need to establish it for at least 6 months, come back with a recommendation to the commission. But at the end of the day, we have to make a decision. And if we don't, 4 years from now, we will be talking about the same issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah,
let me-
one second, and I'll make sure that everybody gets to have that. Colin, I'd speak in favor of you taking an action to present to the commission at a regular commission meeting this idea that we can take up and vote on. Sir.
As Colin pointed out, even the little things that look like, oh man, that was a no-brainer. The $1.5 million that we're generating from the parking, by the way, that was so far beyond our basic projections. We were conservative, but it has been wildly successful in terms of generating revenue. The acrimony, you would be amazed at what we went through simply to do that. Think there's people here today? Wait till we were going to charge someone with a $100,000 truck pulling a $200,000 boat, have $50 of beer in a cooler, we're going to charge them $10 to be able to launch. Let me tell you something. They were here, and they're your friends, and you know them. They're going to stop you in the street. So this is the easy part. All we're doing is talking. Let's start moving forward. I think the parking garages, when we start getting into, and parking itself, there's a lot of people here probably like, oh, parking. We're not even close to touching on the issue of why they're here related to parking. But I'm going to tell you this. The biggest disconnect that I see in this community with parking is, do we have a parking problem? We want to solve the parking problem by getting rid of the parking problem. We're not going to have any of the businesses. I will admit I'm the worst. I want to park right in front of that business. The business, and by the way, Canal Street is, in a lot of ways, day to day, worse than Flagler. The business that I frequent the most is Outfitters. I love to fish. When I pull into that back parking lot behind it and I don't find a parking spot, oh, I'm having a conniption fit. Oh my gosh. I'm just like everybody else. But the fact of the matter is, for all the small business owners out there, you know, if I'm able to pull up right and back every time I go, that business isn't going to be there. Corkscrew's not there if I can pull up and park wherever, whenever I want. So the best example that I can give everybody is when COVID hit, how many people said, oh my God, this is like how it used to be. We have our town back. For like 6 months, we had our town back how it was in the 80s and the 90s, and it was amazing. We're like this little small, I can walk down the middle of the street and not have people run me over, right? But you know what was also happening at the same time? The businesses were dying. They're going out of business. So which do you want? Because we can't keep having the same conversation. You don't get your cake and eat it too, right? So there you go. Do you want the Corkscrew? Do you want Outfitters? Do you want Flagler? Flagler Tavern can go back to the dive that it was, selling 6 beers in a bucket for $6. Is that what we want? Do we not want to have all the great things that we like today? Can't have it, Bub. So let's stop fighting over and arguing over all of the little details. Let's start making decisions. And you know what? What happens in life? You make a decision, it's a bad decision, you learn, you move on, you adjust. That's every business owner's job. That's what they do every day of their life. Bring in product lines, run their business, make adjustments. So we need to make, it's difficult. But at some point, like I said, Kyle had been here 30 years. I've been gumming the meeting since about 2000. It's all the same stuff, all the same suggestions, all the same opinions. But when we start making those decisions, this dais or these chambers are going to fill up with twice as many people, all that we know, most that we like, have a relationship with, don't want us to do what we want to do. So 50% of the people are going to be happy, 50% aren't. But let's figure out a way to let's go make mistakes if we need to.
Yeah, really good. If Khalid were here a few more years, maybe he'll have enough experience. Commissioner Martin.
Hey, to your point, Jason, I believe I was sent an article from 1947 complaining about parking. And so that, like, in the last, 60 years, there's been an issue, but business has continued here in New Smyrna Beach. So, but the other question is just simply, right now we're operating fundamentally on anecdotes. It may be cost prohibitive, but it would be perhaps helpful to get a full year of count. Where are we having the problems? When are we having the problems? Right now, it's all anecdotes as opposed to hard data. It's our perceptions. And it would be, when we operate only on perceptions, we frequently get unintended consequences, and it may not provide the help that we're looking for. So just asking if we can get real data.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Just to talk about one of the things that we have implemented in terms of parking and traffic and so forth, it's the delivery trucks on Flagler Avenue. We have implemented a program. We have met with the delivery companies. We have made some progress. It's not 100%, but at least there's some progress. And I have the staff here just give you a little presentation on some of the changes we have made, Mayor, and that would be appreciated.
So,
all right.
Just real
yes,
quickly.
Mr. Hartman.
To Lisa's point, I think all of those things are problems. I think it's seasonal. I think it's work hours. I think they all come to play at some point in time. So to get a quantitative number as to when it happens and why it happens, I think it's important, but I also think that's going to be part of the private person's job to do those kinds of things. So, and to Ron's point earlier, if we charge for parking on Flagler, those people who are using it to go to the beach, if they're paying the same as they would have to pay on a lot, I think you may see them gyrate more closer to the beach than carrying their stuff down. So that's certainly not something that we should leave out. If you go to Universal, where are you parking? On property and you're paying. You go on a cruise, you're parking in a parking garage and you're paying. Anywhere you go today to enjoy one of those attractions, ours is the beach, ours is Flagler, you're going to pay to go there. That's the part of doing business and enjoying that facility. So certainly, that needs to be a continuation in the discussion with the parking task force. So.
I have a comment, please.
Go right ahead.
So I want to add to Jason's, because I agree with you and Randy, and I appreciate your time spent. The last parking meeting that we had with the community, I believe there was only one person in the whole comments that we raised our hand, took a survey that said we didn't have a problem out of hundreds. There were a lot of people there, and I was at that meeting. My family moved here about 40 years ago, and I've been coming here about 35 years, and I remember those days where Canal Street was boarded up. I don't want to go back to that. We changed that not to keep people out. That wasn't the purpose. We can't say, oh, we're here now, no one else can come. Because if that happened 40 years ago, my family wouldn't be here. So we've got to go forward with smart growth in the proper way and to be prepared for this, because I'll drive around 20 minutes to try to find a place to park, and I live 2 blocks away because if it's raining, I don't want to walk 2 blocks in the rain. So we've got to come up with solutions for our future, and this commission board can start working on that, and hopefully that by using best practice, as our new mayor said, we can learn off of other people's mistakes. Go to these beach towns, find out what worked. I've lived in other beach towns down south, and they all had parking that you had to pay, but they had creative ways for locals for employees. It wasn't a one-size-fits-all type of practice in each beach town. But what they did do is collect income from the tourists that are happy to pay that. And they're here on vacation, and there's a way that we can make money from that. And like Randy said, if we don't want to be the management of that, then let's partner with other people to do it. But to do nothing isn't an option.
Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, let's go to the update on the loading zones. And so just for time management here while he's preparing, is the will of the commission to have this be the last and then break and then start again? That fair enough? Okay.
This is sure an area I've heard a lot about.
I bet.
Budget workshop. They want to go to your right, go to your right.
So, let it load. Nothing there. You sure there's something there? Should be.
That's not it, Chris. That's not it.
That's not it.
No, that was mine.
Which one is
And it should be, well,
Yeah.
Yeah, give it
Circulation.
one of the things about this, you walk around with everything. Think on your feet.
All right, now you do the part you have.
Oh, my goodness.
I think it's the bond is used it, so just go to the right, left.
Teamwork.
Ready?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jack Dwyer.
Into the microphone if you don't mind. We can pull it up so you can get to
My
it.
name is Jack Dwyer. I'm the parking enforcement supervisor here. We're trying to address some of the problems we had with loading zones. And as you know, this is something that has been going on since July 1st, 2020, when we implemented this new ordinance. We have 5 loading zones. It's been a little over 2 years. We've given out nearly 2,300 citations, and it hasn't stopped. It hasn't slowed it down. We have
Citations, I'm sorry, citations to the company or citations to other people?
all around. This is for unauthorized vehicles to be parked in a loading zone and trucks as well.
So how many of those have paid their fines? Never mind.
We have quite a few scofflaws.
Right, you opened it up, now you're in trouble, right?
That's another discussion.
Yeah, right.
Every trucking company has paid,
Yes.
but it's the merchant that's paying it, not the trucking company. Okay.
Okay, I've been told that drivers say, you know, I've got this schedule, I've got to
The
keep or
drivers
I'll
are
lose
being
my
told,
job. I'll lose my job, I'll take the ticket.
No, the drivers are being told by their transport managers, just take the ticket.
That's what I'm saying.
Do whatever you need to
Right.
do, take the ticket.
Take the ticket.
Now,
That's
I
what
have
heard.
met with 5 out of the 7 of the largest trucking companies that come here. I presented all this to them with maps, and they were really happy about it. The whole idea here is some of the spots that were selected aren't the best. And what we're doing is something that should take them 10 minutes is taking them 25 because the spot is too small, it's in a bad area. So generally all we did was try to find something better areas, better spots to get them in and get them out quicker.
And I have not re-looked at the loading zones recently, but on the other hand, some of the complaints I've gotten are morning loading zones in front of like Beachy Beans. So they have morning customers, but they can't park in front of Beachy Beans because it's a loading zone then.
Well, we're proposing to move that.
Would you like us to let you talk and then go at the end, or do you
Oh, it's
mind the-
however
do
you want
mind
to
the
do
back
it. It
and
don't
forth?
matter.
Okay.
I'm just happy standing up because I've been sitting down since 8:30 this
Good
morning.
enough. Because as you can tell, we got some energy for this, so if
Yeah,
that's
it's
all
no
right,
problem.
we'll do it that way. If you prefer us, we'll wait till the
No,
end.
no,
but-
you
okay, very good.
ask your question. I only have 3 minutes, so ask your
Start
question.
the clock if you like.
And no, interrupt if you have a question because, I don't want to get too far away from things and then have to come all the way back again, so. We good? Another one of your biggest companies, Cheney Brothers, again, they're being told, park wherever you want to park, take the ticket.
What do we charge?
They're $35.
Not enough.
Well, I believe Florida state law says a parking ticket cannot exceed $30. So we're at 35. So as I stated, some of the spots that were designated were too small, and they have, well, you can see it on here. No, too far. Okay, they were too small. They don't allow the trucks to fit in there, and they don't allow the trucks to put the ramp out in order to unload. So as I said, now it's taking them 25 minutes to do something that should only take 10. Okay.
The one in front of Avenue is like that. It's between 2 bump outs.
Exactly, and unfortunately, they're all over Flagler, okay? This is just an example of what the ramp looks like, okay? The ramp has to be near 18 feet long because if it was any shorter, it would be almost a straight drop coming out of there. So they need to have these ramps, and they need to be this length. And as I said, if we can give them just a little bit more and let them get in and out of here in 10 minutes, it'll be better for all of us. Okay, as I stated, there are plenty of unauthorized vehicles in these parking spots. And out of the near 2,300 tickets, less than 300 have been trucks, which just gives you an idea how bad it is, okay? You give a site...
What was that stat again?
Near 2,300 since July 1st, 2020 to November 1st, 22. Yeah. Near 2,300 tickets and less than 300 have been trucks.
So the cars are parking where the trucks
Yes.
would normally be.
And I think one of the reasons that the cars are parking there, and one of the issues that we have addressed, is that the signage has always been a problem. When you have 4 signs in one parking spot, how many signs are you going to read? 1. Okay, you're not going to sit and read all 4. And some of our signage is almost parallel to the street. So you can't see it coming down the street. You can't read it. You can't tell it's a no parking zone. Okay, you find a spot, you pull in, oh great, I want to go there, I got a nice spot right across the street. So our proposal is going to change the signage to something that we're not going to make mistakes on. You're going to know there's something about this spot I gotta see, okay? And we can get to that later on. Okay, here's a perfect example. Cars parked in a loading zone. Okay, the truck comes down. He can't park in a loading zone, so he parks illegally. So what do? I ticket them, and what do I do to the truck? You can't park in the loading zone. So am I supposed to ticket you because I can't get these cars moved? So it's really a nightmare. I have two great people that spend all their time on Flagler Avenue every day taking care of this. Here's Beachy Beans, okay? The business that opens up at 6 in the morning and they put a loading zone in front of it. If you do park a truck there, he goes across the driveway to the east and blocks their driveway. And as you can see in the picture, the sign is bent because the only way for him to get the ramp out is to push the sign out of the way. It's not working. It really isn't. Again, loading zone was blocked. Not only is he parked outside a loading zone, he's facing the wrong direction. So we need loading zones on both sides of the street to accommodate going down and coming back. Same thing. You pull into one of the designated loading zones, and you have the bumpers on each front and back. Well, if he pulls in there, he has to stick out into the street in order to get his ramp out to unload. And this is the problem it creates. This is South Atlantic, same thing. They can't get a parking spot, or they can't get into a loading zone, so they come down another street. Okay, so what we want to do is we'll take the first loading zone, which is on the 200 block of Flagler, directly across the street from the Hampton Inn. Okay, it's a 60-foot wide spot. It's got two bumpers. It's impossible for the truck to do what he's got to do in that 10 minutes that we can get him out of here. So the proposal for that, okay, would be to take that spot and put it in front of the Hampton Inn. Now, I'm down there every morning, 6:30, 7 o'clock. There's nobody parked there. Hampton Inn has its own parking lot. So let's utilize 4 spots. This allows a 53-foot truck to be in there and put his ramp out without being blocked. Again, now we're in and out in 10 minutes. It's just going to save a lot of heartache. The next loading zone we have is the one in front of the shuffleboard court. Again, it's only 60 feet. If we add one more parking spot and make it 80 feet, okay, the truck could pull in. If the truck pulls in, as I said, a 53-foot truck pulls in a 60-foot spot, his cab is sticking out into the street.
So, just out of curiosity, the shuffleboard court one, for example, increasing the size, that would service Demore, Ciao, and who else?
You have that new restaurant there. They can even, if necessary, he could even run up to the Hampton Inn. I mean, he's got, yeah, there's a slew he can.
We know that they're not happy going from there to the Hampton, and I was trying to figure out.
Well, and that's why we put it in front of the Hampton, so that this way it just makes it easier for them. Sometimes if it's a shorter truck, like I think they're 44-footers or 45s, they can actually back it in to the driveway. But again, a 53-foot is across the sidewalk. Now I have another problem.
I know you're working with the trucking companies, and I know other coastal communities and small communities have these same exact problems. My information is really old and may be clearly out of date, but from my previous information, trucking companies had different sizes for their routes and could possibly say, okay, you're going to New Smyrna Beach, you need to take the smaller truck. Is that still a possibility?
Okay, so let me ask you this. If I have to send 2 trucks to New Smyrna, that's 2 drivers, that's twice the fuel.
Oh, no, I understand. I didn't say 2 trucks.
Well, if you can't fit everything in one, you're sending 2.
I understand. So the question would be, how often is it that you couldn't put everything in one load?
I would have to say,
That's
with
why
the
I'm saying-
amount of deliveries they have to make throughout the city, sending a smaller truck would turn around and make it 2 trucks in order to service all the eateries and whatnot in the city.
And I can see why
And I
you'd
believe
assume that.
the delivery charges would go up as well.
I can
I'm not
answer that.
disagreeing. I was just trying to go
No,
from
I understand.
anecdotal to data.
I can help with that. I spent 30 years in logistics for the grocery and the food industry, That's not a viable option because very few companies have small trucks. And then their logistics, it's not feasible. They wouldn't have a delivery.
We've really spent a lot of
If I
time.
may add,
I'm
Jack,
sorry.
when we met with the delivery companies, one of the things we talked about smaller trucks. We talked about coming on different times, coming early in the morning, having the business owner provide some keys to the delivery companies. I would say probably 60% of them have complied with that. There is certain businesses, because they have condos, I guess, on the second floor, the condo owners were opposed to have somebody have the key to go onto those areas. But we have discussed with them on the smaller trucks, and I think some of them, if they have any smaller trucks, they have been using smaller trucks. But then some companies, they don't have smaller trucks, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, let me jump in here. Yeah, a little bit. So I'm going to talk pre-COVID. Pre-COVID, key drops are the answer. I'm going to tell you that, delivery companies can be a pain in the butt, but a lot of times business owners can be a pain in the butt. They want a certain thing a certain way at a certain time. That's just not realistic in all situations. For 25 years, I walked in and I said, I want key drops. Immediately, the distribution company's like, really? So anytime I have a distribution company, I insist on a key drop. And they're like more than willing to accommodate me. They love key drops. It's easier for me, the business owner, very easy for the trucking delivery companies to come in 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. It works great. It's not a perfect solution, and in this day and age, everybody has cameras. Every technology is there. 25 years ago, you didn't have that technology. But if you're going to operate in this high-density environment where traffic is a major problem, there's certain concessions that these business owners are going to have to give up that you may not have to if you're on US 1 or if you have your own parking lot. So I think key drops are being underutilized. But how do we get the business owners to embrace it? That is something where maybe the city in the future may have to be a little more aggressive. And not all businesses are the same. I don't have a lot of perishable produce that needs to be inspected when it comes in. But the business owner can come in or have a manager come in at 7 in the morning or 8 in the morning, as opposed to you can't get delivered 11, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Too much congestion. So what I'm saying is it's a two-way street. Now, that's pre-COVID. Post-COVID, the distribution companies are a complete disaster. They have terrible staffing issues. I don't get key drops sometimes. They come when I'm open because they don't have the drivers to be able to come and make the key drops. So bad time to try to force that issue. But in the long run, I think key drops are an answer to 90% of that. And if people upstairs are complaining, don't live in a high-density, high-traffic business district. Everyone can't have their cake and eat it too.
Jason, you want to explain to them the differences between the DSD and the key drops and also the fuel prices? Because what happens that when they have to take multiple trips, smaller trucks, guess who gets to pay for that? The businesses. That gets passed on from the robotic distribution centers or to the distribution centers to that merchant, which then passes it on to the customers, which then the prices go up. So the fuel prices have been a big issue on that too. That's not a solution to offer the smaller trucks, but Jason can explain what he's talking about with the Dairy Queen and the issues with the key drops versus the DSD.
Well, I don't want to go too far into the weeds, but the bottom line is key drops are a very good way to do it. And with small trucks, I can tell you that some of that is changing, called hotshot programs. I've heard that distribution companies are actually moving to smaller vehicles, even vans, almost like the Amazon style. But I probably shouldn't even bring that up because it's something so new, and the distribution companies are, you know, in such turmoil with the way the economy is that that's all being kind of held up and delayed, may or may not even be viable. But, you know, without going into it, belaboring the issue, the FABA district that group needs to try to meet with as many people as possible and figure out the best solution. The bottom line is you can't take deliveries when the people are moving around in the streets. That's the easiest answer to this. And it may be an answer that some of the businesses don't want to hear, but that's just going to be the way it needs to be at some point. We can't cater to everybody.
Okay, Jack, take control of your presentation
Okay.
again.
Before we go any further, let me just say that the trucking companies I met with, several of their customers refuse key drops, will not do it, okay? It has been brought up. I guess it's a trust issue, but as he says, with the cameras that everybody has, nobody's gonna get away with anything. So moving on, the next one we have, which is on the, this is the 300 block of Flagler, is in front of the inn on the avenue. If a truck parks there, again, 60 feet, the ramp won't come out. If he pulls forward, he's blocking 2 driveways. It's just not working. Wrong one. The solution to this would be to move it east. Okay, let's move it east all the way down to the end, to the bumper, which I think there's 5 or 6 spots there. We're going to set up, again, 80 feet. Truck can come in, park, unload, and get out of here.
The loading zones are what, 6 to 11, or what is the time again for the time?
Right now, they're 6 to 11. Now, some of the trucking companies have said, well, I can't come before 6. And I said, no, you can come well before 6. So one of the things that should be discussed would be changing the hours. Make it 4 to 10. This way, by 10 o'clock, they're gone and none of the businesses are affected. At least none of them, yeah.
Because I looked at that and said, those businesses open at 10, they can't have a loading zone in front of them.
Right. And again, going back to the quicker we get them out of here, the quicker they can deliver and the business is open and they're gone. Now, one of the things that I spoke with Chief Coffin about, and I'm sure this will be brought up in the future, we are not sworn. We can write tickets. If I write a ticket, the truck still stays there. They're implementing now that they're doing a uniform traffic citation, which goes directly to the driver. It's against his license. Against my $35 ticket, he gets a $116 ticket. This is making a difference. But going back a little earlier, I showed you pictures of unauthorized vehicles parked in these truck loading zones. Well, we have been discussing towing them. Because I could put a ticket on, he could stay there all day. He's still blocking a loading zone for the next 4 or 5 hours. And we haven't made a solution. It's still the same problem. But that'll be in the future. I just wanted you guys to be aware that this is something that has been talked about.
Why would towing be in the future as opposed to being proposed now?
I don't, you'd have to speak to Chief because I don't have the authority to tow unless he gives it to me. And I don't know if the commission has given him the authority to do this.
Okay.
So
Paula, do you got
I'm
some
at the
insight
bottom
on
of the
that?
totem pole.
We will be addressing this coming in January. We have implemented this program at the North Causeway for the boat ramps, and it has worked perfectly. So with these issues, cars are parking in the loading and unloading zone. Again, he's saying they'll stay here for 4 hours. They get a ticket, $35, they don't care. But if I put it as I tow it away, it's going to cost them $400 or $500. I bet you what? Next time they will not park there.
Good job.
That word will spread fast.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, this was, again, we're down in front of Beachy Beans, and it just shouldn't be there. So, again, the thought is, let's move it east. in front of this row of stores, get it out of here by 10 o'clock. The stores can open. They're not being, disrupted in any way. And it'd be, again, 80 feet. Now, I mentioned earlier the problem with the signage. Signs are being moved, they're being twisted, blown down from the hurricanes. I spoke with David Ray, and as well my supervisor.
You spoke with whom?
David Ray?
David Ray.
Yes. And there is a special paint. It's, I guess, like a plastic-based paint or something.
Thermoplastic.
Yeah. And what we could do is we can paint the loading zone with this reflective paint, because you could put reflective dust in it, put angled lines on it, and it will be spelled out. Commercial loading zone, Monday through Friday, between the hours, and like I said, if you would consider changing the hours, that's what we would do. As well as the curb would be painted with the same reflective crystals, and on the top of the curb, it'll also be stenciled the same way. Now, if you pull up on a spot that's lined like that, I'm quite sure you're going to get out and look and wonder where you are, because, as I said, the signage, you got 4 or 5 signs. You'll be there 10 minutes reading signs. So this, we think, would be much more effective. Okay, this one in front of the Flagler Pizza. Okay, it's on the corner of Cooper and Flagler. Okay, it's on the, the northwest corner. This is a 60-foot spot. As you see behind that car, there is no sign, because it was pushed down out of the way and had to be replaced. The spot to the west of there is still only 60 feet. But the problem with this spot is if you're coming out of Cooper, you can't see what's coming down Flagler, and I find that to be a safety hazard. So my proposal is to move it to the next set of spots, which would be west of where it is now. And again, all these spots would be, you wouldn't be able to mistake this spot for a loading zone. And this is where it would be, like I said, just west of where it is now. Directly across the street from Traders.
Yeah, no, the previous picture, I could recognize the Rock Shop Pizza and Avenue, but the next photo, I'm guessing the concrete block is representing Avenue. I'm down to the shops by the colonnade, and I have
yes.
a bumper and...
This is just an idea of what it should look like. Well, in a way, what it'll look like. We're going to put the wording inside. And as I said, it's going to be with reflective dust. It'll be on the curb. It'll be on the parking spots. It'll be a loading zone. It'll say when and the times. And I think this will be far more effective than the signage we're using now, which can get bumped out. Trucks pulling out, knock the signs down. They're not going to knock this down. And we know that we're going to have to do this a couple times a year.
That was my question. The
Yeah.
paint needs to be refreshed at least twice a year?
Hopefully just twice a year, possibly more. Don't forget, as Khalid pointed out to me yesterday, Flagler has a very high salt issue and sand. And this is going to affect this. But we know that in that area, the salt issue is just amazing.
So that's just, it's built into the maintenance schedule and the budget that 2 to 3 times or 3 to 4 times a year?
We'll have to figure out what that is, because we don't know if it's twice, if it's 3 times, if it's 4 times. So we'll have to figure out how often it needs to be done, and then it'll be budgeted that way. And I believe that's the last one. Oh, no more questions.
Jack, thank you for your presentation. Are there any follow-up questions before I turn it back over to the city manager? Yes, sir.
So your proposed changes, you've discussed this with the trucking companies?
I've discussed this with 5 of the 7 largest trucking companies. I went right to their facility, sat down with them. I had everything printed out on paper. I made paper maps and whatnot, and I've made, I don't know if any of you got these, but this is just an explanation of the existing problems I think the solution was with the proposal.
So they were on board with this?
They were all on board with it, absolutely. I met with FABA, the board members. They all seemed to be on board with it. We sat with Chief Coffin, who was pleased with it. My supervisor was pleased with it. We put a lot of time into this, and hopefully this is going to make things better.
Jack, sorry, Randy, go ahead.
So this whole project is a result of a couple tenacious residents who live beachside, who were kind of spearheaded this and have been pushing us. And we've always said that this is a work in progress, it's a work in progress. So where I know that we're not taking any action tonight, certainly as a work in progress, these seem like reasonable ideas to move forward with. And I don't know if you're just getting consensus from us today. I certainly would support these and these 6 months from now, we may have to come back and do something else. But it's going to be a continuing work in progress, and I think as long as we're trying to do something, it's better than doing nothing. So I certainly thank you for all the time and the effort that you put into this. And if the rest of you commissioners and mayor haven't ridden with parking enforcement, I would encourage you to do so, because it's an enlightening experience, especially on the amount of work that they do on maintaining some of these kiosks and things like that. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Randy. Commissioner McGurk.
I'm impressed with your depth of the knowledge of the issue and all the work you've put in.
I Googled all this last night.
I'm thoroughly impressed. Believe it. I'm impressed. Great job.
Commissioner Martin.
2 questions.
Yes.
First, statement. I think we should change it to 10 a.m. I want to make that clear. We don't want delivery trucks in front of businesses that open at 10 a.m. And the other is simply, before we move these loading zones, can we consult the companies that we would now have the loading zones in front to see if there are any unintended issues? For example, like before, when we put a loading zone in front of Beachy Beans, I don't think we want to repeat any of that again. Not all the businesses belong to FABA.
Okay.
So we need to check with each individual affected business, please.
Okay, I will check with Zoe to find out who is not a member, and we will make sure that we touch base with them. But if, like I said, if in the consideration, we could look at changing it from what it is now at 6 to 11 till 10 o'clock at the latest, and put it in at 4. Let them come early. Let them come early and get out of here. And if we could convince these business owners to do the key drop, that would just be even better for all of us.
Agreed. I'm looking only at the things we can control, and obviously hours and verifying that we don't put it in front of a business without seeing if there's a problem we didn't know about.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Perrine?
Yes. Love this. I parked in front of Third Wave the other day, in front of the Banyan Park, not realizing that was a loading zone. So thank you for coming out and telling me that. There was a code enforcement there, and I didn't see the sign, and I didn't get a ticket because I moved it immediately.
I got pictures of it, so we can get you.
I know, right? But I definitely think we need to paint the markings there, because the sign was small. It was a long ways away from the parking, and there was a parking area there, so I thought it was parking.
Yeah.
So it's confusing.
And the lighting there with the trees.
Absolutely.
It's very shady over there.
Very much needed.
Yeah.
The other thing is moving the hours early will definitely help, because it can change your routes. One of the things as a regional finance director we did ride in the trucks with the people to learn all the logistic problems, and I love that Randy suggested we ride with you, because we actually open our eyes to see these problems that people don't realize. The key drops aren't going to always be feasible. Not all the companies have those trucks, but if they're the bigger semis and they come in the middle of the night, 4 a.m., they start their routes early, that's a viable option. I do have a question for you that's unrelated. I had a citizen yesterday ask me this question. She got a parking ticket on her street. She's in Zone 1 in her residential area, and she said, why would they ticket me if there's not any no parking signs on our street? This is my home. I live here. Why can't I park in that street? And how do they know that?
What was she cited for?
parking in our street.
It would have to be different than that. There is no parking in the street citation. It would be facing the wrong direction, being across the sidewalk, parking on the sidewalk. We have a problem with the streets being narrow, that we want to have 8 feet of travel for each direction of traffic for safety reasons. So if you're parked in the street and a car has to come down and go around and another car can't pass, well, that's safety. That's a safety issue. And that could be it. She may have gotten a ticket for less than 8 feet of traffic lane.
So let me restate that then, because in the area I live in, it's all narrow streets, Rush, Murray. We don't have signs telling people they can't park there, but they get tickets if they do. My question is that a problem? Because a lot of people will get a parking ticket on my street, but not realize that it's a no parking.
Well, I got 2 answers for that. One answer was from a police officer who was told by someone he pulled over, well, there was no sign that said I couldn't do it. And he said, there's no sign in the center lane of 995, but try parking there and see what happens. Secondly, unless we're called with a complaint, we kind of stay out of neighborhoods. We go to problem areas. We go to coastal woods. We stay on beachside. We have a lot of issues up now in the Palms up in Venetian Bay. We have tremendous amount of issues with people parking handicaps at Walmart, at Publix, Home Depot. This is what we hit. But when somebody calls and complains, we have to go. And if there's something, if we can speak to somebody and have it corrected, that's our first option. We don't just put tickets on windows and leave. If we can get a hold of it, we can run the tag, find out who it belongs to, knock on the door, explain there's a violation, can you please take care of it? And if they say yes, we leave.
Walk us through what happens if they don't pay their ticket.
Now is one thing, and the future should be different. What we do now is you have 15 days from the time that ticket is issued to pay it or address it, which address it means to file an appeal. If you file an appeal, everything freezes. If you don't address it in some way in 15 days, it doubles. What is supposed to happen with the company that processes our tickets, they're supposed to send out a letter after 15 days telling you you did not address this and it's now doubled. You have 15 days to pay it. Or they're going to go after they'll put a hold on your registration, your license. They'll notify the credit bureau. They'll just create problems for you.
One last comment. In the industry of the food and restaurant, a lot of times the businesses didn't care if the trucks got a ticket because they had to have the product. They were short. Their inventory was gone. And so for you saying they can tie that back to that driver, I want to find out what are the processes that the chief said we have to do for that. And then secondly, when they get fined with this, we were able to encourage the business owners to put that in that driver's performance review, and it ties back to their wages. It's a lot of work between the businesses and the distribution centers, the logistic people, but there are ways. It is hard. They're on a route. They got to get their product. Both sides, businesses need the product. The truck drivers need to make their deliveries in and out quickly. So if not, they're happy to pay the fines. The logistics company is happy to pay the fines. It doesn't matter to them. But if it hits their driver's license, hits their performance review, you have 2 different things.
As I said, 23 are actually just under 300 citations went to trucks. They don't care.
They don't care.
They don't care. So Chief said we're going to start issuing these uniform traffic citations, which is against the driver. And now the company probably pays for it, but it still goes against his license.
They're not going to want that.
No, they don't want that. And, we don't want New Smyrna to be a place that people come and say, oh, all they give is tickets over there. We just want to try and solve a problem This may not be the solution, but, you know, throwing tickets at it hasn't worked up till now.
The earlier hours would definitely help.
That it, Commissioner Perine? Follow-up from Commissioner Martin?
Yeah, I'm just, love the uniform ticket. I'm having a little concern that we don't want that to happen until we know for sure that the truckers are more likely to get a reasonable spot. As you pointed out in several places during the presentation, if the cars are parked in the loading zone and the trucker is on a schedule, it's his job to get that stuff off the truck and in, we're putting that trucker in an untenable position if there is no place for him to do what is legal. So if we throw big fines at him and affect his performance review and this, that, and the other, so there's a bit of a seesaw there in timing.
Well, let me put it to you this way. When a truck driver comes down Flagler Avenue in an eastbound lane, stops dead, and starts unloading right in the middle of the street, that is a uniform traffic citation.
Not disagreeing. I'm just hoping that we can expedite getting the zoning change
Oh, yeah.
to minimize the number of times where they flagrantly, and I know they do, they love to flagrantly do it on the North Causeway just west of Peninsula.
Yes.
Yeah, let's park there in the middle of all that and unload, yeah.
Well, let me say that I will take full blame for that because I was under the impression that was DOT property west of Peninsula, and it's not. I didn't know that. I really thought that that street leading up to the bridge was DOT, and I never bothered them.
Anything else? Okay, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. It's it's not a global issue, but it's an important issue. That's why we made it part of the parking issue presentation. And again, some of the stuff that we have implemented, I think it did help. We have met with them twice with the delivery companies. Some of these changes actually were as a result of after we implemented. We met with them again just to see how it's working. And so they made these suggestions to make them, to make them longer. And I think having it from 6 to 10 or 4 to 10, 5 to 10, I think it's a good suggestion there. Now, sometimes what happens is we would have residents complaining that the delivery is before 7 o'clock or for the noise ordinance. So sometimes we go in between. But we'll look into it, and then we'll bring back. I wanted to bring back about the towing. I think it's important as well to try and to make it available for the loading and unloading trucks there. So that will be coming hopefully in January. Thank you.
Excellent. Jack, you've done a marvelous job of your presentation alone, and I'm sure your day-to-day service is no cakewalk. So I'm grateful for what you're doing. You're representing the city well, and you're showing the residents that that the issues that they bring and the businesses, the issues that they bring are actually being acted on. I follow up to what both Commissioner Hartman and Commissioner McGurk said. This body needs to fail faster, not be afraid for getting it almost right and trying again and again, because we'll eventually accelerate that cycle and we'll actually do some great work and not be feet of clay and worried about the things that don't matter. This is something that matters greatly, and the public good is served by what you're doing, sir. So thank you very, very much. Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
Okay, so I think, Colin, walk me through it. Are we going to break for some lunch and then come back? How's this work?
It's in the past, they kind of took just like a 10-minute break and continued, but it's up to the commission if they want to change that. They want to go break for lunch and come back. It's up to you. We know we had it in a workshop that it was all day, and then the commission kind of said that's all day is too long, so that's why we have it a half day. But you could see from the item presented, I'm not sure if you're going to have enough time if you want to just stay until 1 o'clock to talk about the open discussions. So it's up to you, Mayor. If you and the commission wanted to break for lunch and come back, that's viable as well.
So as I understand, this was only supposed to go till 1.
Yes.
And so what is the will of the commission?
What exactly is the question? Do we want to break for
We've got-
lunch? or
Yeah, do we want to break or press through? And we've got at least, before we ever get to any of the items that, a workshop type of talking about strategy, talking about things that are of interest to us, commissioner by commissioner, all those things. So I don't see how you can pack it in if we do take a break and be done at 1.
I'm always fond of working lunches, especially in this. You know, this is supposed to be relatively informal. So grab your sandwich, eat, let's talk.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, the only thing is, because it was up until 1 o'clock, and I'm not sure when I talked to Kelly, I think we were supposed to ask you if you wanted to have lunch or not. So we don't have any lunch provided.
No, that's better. That's great. No
Yeah.
problem. Let's keep going. I think we should just keep going. It's
But-
already.
But I think what the suggestion was, if you want to break for lunch and go somewhere, you know, have lunch and come back, that's,
No. It's
No.
Keep going.
Okay, what's any other differing preferences? The one that just was mentioned by Jason. Anything differ? Randy, you okay with that?
I'm good with moving on.
Okay, so be it. Let us take a break.
Okay.
Of 10 minutes. This up.
Yes, sir.
This is the capital improvement projects, and I know Todd Alexander's here to give us that, but if you want to set the table, that'd be great,
yes,
sir.
yes, Mayor, thank you very much. This would be a quick review for you on the strategic plan as well as the CIP. The strategic plan was done back in 2020 with the commission, was an updated strategic plan. We had a consultant who met with the commission individually, then we had a public meeting. So this was developed as a community strategic plan rather than just a strategic plan on this dais. The strategic plan has 4 components. So let me just get my... So the components that it was in the strategic plan, we had communication and trust, quality of life measures, growth management, environmental and resiliency, and transportation and circulation. All these 5 components of the strategic plan are challenging. At one point, the Commission has asked us to incorporate some of these strategic plan into the budget. So in 2021, we incorporated some of the items into the strategic plan, and it was $60,000 for a consultant to do some of the components. And the Commission at the time, they denied that, and then they said, well, we don't need to do that. We know what the residents want. But it was part of the component of the strategic plan. We have not done that in this year. And I could tell you, I'm going to be honest with you, this strategic plan, it takes a lot of time. We meet weekly on this strategic plan with the staff members that involved. But still, it takes time to accomplish some of these items in the strategic plan. We have completed quite a few items out of it, but it's not to my satisfaction at this point. I wanted to get back on it and get more done into it. So our resolution for this year is to get as many items on this strategic plan as possible. I asked Todd to prepare a quick PowerPoint for you to go over the update on it, both the CIP and the strategic plan, and then I'll be more than happy to take any questions that you might have.
Really good. I appreciate the setting this up for Todd. Couple of brief remarks. Strategic planning is not something you just kind of, in my opinion, from my experience over a number of years in both government organizations and in business, it's not something you just turn the switch and say, okay, now we will be strategic. Very difficult to just shift gears and do that. On the other hand, if this commission only spends our time handling the day-to-day stuff, that will take all the bandwidth and more than we have available to fix and to handle the day-to-day. You have to, in my opinion, you have to force to eat the hot dog at both ends. the strategic things that will fix the problems that are popping up day to day. And if you never do fix that process or those big strategic issues, you will spend all your time, and this commission and the ones after and after and after will continue to eat all the bandwidth up to fixing the day-to-day problems. That is what the strategy is about. I don't think it's pie in the sky. I think, if I may opine for half a second here, we have 24 months remaining for this commission. What does this commission, when Randy gets up for a vote and Jason comes up for a vote and I come up for a vote, or we don't run again, what is it we want to be known for the five of us here, for having completed? What will our body of work be? If we continue to solve the daily problems, we can keep on doing that, and we'll be applauded for that. But it won't be anything, it won't be a significant change. Like Jason had said about, if you don't lean forward and attack the parking issue, and we are timid, we will be lambasted on either side. So I would encourage us to, and you and your staff, Colin, to think in 24-month interval, where in 6 months' time we have an opportunity to meet in this room again and review what we've done. Because after this meeting, I would hope you would come back and say, I have some ideas. I have based on your input in this workshop, these are the strategy issues I'd like to work on. And in 6 months' time, I will deliver this to you. And in 9 months' time, I will deliver this to you. And in a year's time, we will have accomplished this. And in 18 months, we will have accomplished this. And then by 24 months, we will have a body of work that all of us can be proud of. That's my view.
I would love to do that. So, in the second meeting in January, we'll come back with an actual plan and a time frame for it. And I think this would be an excellent time to finish my career and be happy where I'm at. So thank you very much.
We want that. We want that for you in the worst way. Okay, and I'm sorry for going on so long. Any other commissioner have something they'd like to add before we allow Todd to start?
All right.
Welcome.
All right, thank you. I'm going to try and be brief and concise on these projects. I'm going to try and cover every one of the projects that we have on the city's table right now. So there are probably a couple of key projects that we want to talk about, but so just stop me if you find one of those projects you want to talk about. So I'm going to start with the airport projects. We have an airport or an airfield signage rehab project. Currently, construction is about 90% complete, so we're looking to finish that up in the first of the year. The next up for airport is going to be the backup AWAS design and construction. We have issued a PO on it, and we have a consultant on board with a schedule. And it looks like we have some delays because of microchips and electronic shortages. Next up is Taxiway C rehabilitation. Project is complete. They're waiting for grant closeouts due to wildlife plan, and AWAS project still ongoing, which is another competing project on the airport property. Taxiway A rehabilitation, reconstruction and pavement and modernization of the geometry, taxiway lighting, pavement markings and stormwater. Design is underway. They submitted construction grant application to FAA and FDOT. Airport admin, maintenance, and facility design. I got a plan right now to meet with Arvin to discuss that first of the year. They have a design for a building already built, and we're talking about where the best location for that building should be.
Let me just mention, Mayor, on this specific project, the reason that it was on hold for a minute, we had the project for last year, but then the property right there on the airport on South Street became available for purchase. So we actually purchased that property, and so we delayed this project, the admin building. So that's why you see the delay on.
Yeah. So the next up is a wildlife hazard mitigation or management plan. They're currently applying for a depredation permit. which will allow them to deter nuisance wildlife. Looks like Michael Baker, consultant, is working on that with them. Next up is a T-Hanger F rehabilitation. We're working on scheduling the pre-bid currently. It was advertised December 21st, and proposals are due the 24th of January for construction. And then last one for the airport, there's a RFP for airport land lease development. They're looking to re-add and adjust the spec that went up for advertisement last year with no interest in the facility. Next up, I'm going to get into the concept projects that we have. The Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, Project 2, which is elevation of 3 homes. Birds and Services has been awarded the contract. NTP is still to be determined. Next up is Hazard Mitigation Grant Project number 3, which is to demolish and rebuild several homes. That project is, bid documents are 95%, and they're working on pre-manufactured homes as a valid alternative. So we're in the process right now, engineering is in the process of confirming the footprint of each structure. '27th ADA ramp. So we have DMC consultant, marine consultant that is working on the ADA ramp that is out there. However, the 27th ramp got a pretty significant amount of damage. We're working with DMC to develop a evaluation of how bad the damage is and a recommendation of what we need in order to repair the damage to the bulkhead walls. And once we find that out, we can move forward with the ADA ramp. Next up is remodel property on fire station number 50. I met with Ken Gaines. We're currently going over the plans for what they need for the property and are planning on trying to hire an architect consultant to develop the plans and the property moving forward. So we're in the very early stages. We've purchased the property over by Fire Station 50, and the intent is to level that property and build a new facility.
So we have made that purchase though, right?
We have made the purchase and closed on it.
Yeah.
It's relatively small, so there's no value in renovating it. Skate park expansion. Right now, we're in limbo with this project. We're trying to get quotes for buildings. We went after an ECHO grant. However, ECHO rescinded the grant, so it's probably going to be, we'll have to wait until the next ECHO grant cycle in order to go back after the grant. Track resurfacing at the sports complex, that's under contract with 90. Expected to move out to March due to schedule conflicts with sports activities, but that's already, they've been given the contract to go, so it's coming.
Just a point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
Randy, are each of these budgeted already? Are these already in the budget?
Yes.
I see the price tags down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Previously approved by other commissions.
Yes, either for design or construction.
And I also have a question on the skate park expansion and the track resurfacing. I saw those two items, they had ARPA money allocated for those. If that part of the skate park expansion had ARPA money, and I see that there was an ECHO grant that you said just now was denied.
Part of the scope of the skate park expansion included a building with other modifications to the skate park itself. I believe the ARPA money was right around $500,000. We believe that the building itself will take up a large portion of that property or that budget, and therefore the intent was to go to ECHO to try to supplement that budget in order to provide further amenities to the skate park.
So if that ECHO grant isn't approved and it can't help, then what happens? Did we have to relook at that then? Or was that considered when they allocated the ARPA funds for that?
Commissioner, typically what happens when you apply for an ECHO grant or any other grants, you have to have matching funds. So the ARPA fund is a matching fund for that grant. So if you take this away, then the grant will go away.
But please restate what you said about the ECHO grant portion of that.
So for the ECHO grant, we applied for an ECHO grant. However, we were not far enough along with our proposal that met their requirements in order to get an ECHO grant this cycle. And they would like to see it be much more developed than what we currently have.
So it's not that it's denied, it's just delayed, or you've got to rework that. We don't
Correct.
know yet if they're going to actually approve that. If they don't approve it, then we have to bring that back to the table because our portion of the ARPA money was that other side of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a question about, as I know we have the pickleball courts coming up, a thought process, if you will. We have clearly had a slap in the face with Ian and Nicole. And I am wondering if we should consider reallocating ARPA funds to various stormwater projects that would protect a lot of property value and people in New Smyrna Beach. I'm reluctant to see that priority languish while we do other things that we want, but where's our priority?
Well, right now, the previous commission has approved this list.
I understand.
If you wanted to revise the priority on this list, it has to come from the commission as a body. So
I will officially ask the commission to consider, in the light of Ian and Nicole, repositioning some of our ARPA funds.
So I think what might be in order here, Lisa, is to, at our regularly scheduled meeting,
Agenda item?
Raise that up.
Well, sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Well, where I was at was, because we're in the workshop mode, we're thinking, and so if we're going to do something official, let us do that in the meetings where we bring forth something, and it either raises or dies at that session. I don't want us to mix decision making with planning and talking and raising ideas and motivation. You raise a good one. It's worth a discussion. Let's do it in our regular meeting where the public is present and they know ahead of time it's going to be, hey, and they'll have their chance to get here and talk about that. Okay, very good. And if you're not familiar with ECHO's an annual, this is a beautiful thing. I was on the board of the YMCA, and everybody that's a not-for-profit or any city organization can apply for those, and you're foolish not to apply annually. And as Todd said, if it's not cooked enough, they'll say, we're not ready to give you the money, try again next year, and we'll just continue it. And so there are many of those projects that we've taken advantage of.
The building that you are conducting this meeting in, we have two ECHO grants on. One is to purchase the property and one for the construction, so.
I think a lot of this, like Lisa said, is an understanding of what hasn't been spent from that ARPA, that we could do that and maybe bring that up in one of the meetings because of Nicole and Ian. Priorities do change, and some of that's maybe too late. It's already been allocated and spent, but us being new, we don't really know where we are with some of these projects, but this is a great start. We need to see this.
Yes, and I would just keep in mind that, with all projects that require the engineering design up front, which takes a significant amount of time, and then the construction, and so planning out fiscal years is something that we really need to consider as well. So, pickleball courts, didn't mean to cut you off, I'm sorry. Pickleball courts, we're currently, we met with CPH and working on a draft concept with them. Once we get that, we'll bring it to commission and have y'all look at it and tell us what you think.
So are they the same company that did Edgewaters? Do you know?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you, Randy. I'll get that
Because,
information.
I mean,
and find
Edgewater's
out about
almost
it.
ready to go to construction when they pulled the plug on theirs. So a lot of this may already be done, the design and concept stuff.
I'll double check on that.
I'm
So-
sure Rob's on top of it.
Okay, now into design, maintenance operation relocation plan. So we've went out to bid on this project before. We just went out to bid. It came in over budget. We just got done with our evaluation, and we have a recommendation for the commission that we'll bring to the next regular commission meeting. I don't know if we want to get into any more detail on that, Colin?
This item, I'm not sure where to start and where to end with it, because we've been looking at this relocation of the building, and specifically the building maintenance building on Smith Street. It's a valuable piece of property. The facility we have there, it's the problem was so bad that I'm even wondering about the staff being there. So we had the relocation plan. They estimated the cost at 500, 550 initially. We put it out for a design build. We didn't get any response. Then we put it out again, and it's probably double or maybe 1.5 times of what the estimated budget to begin with. But right now, I have an issue with the health and safety of our employees at that building. So we will come back to you with an option, and most likely at the next meeting, with a temporary plan and a long range plan for what we're going to do there. But it's an item that we've been looking at, and every time we get close, then we kind of get far away from it. But I just learned from the maintenance operation director that the condition of the building is even getting worse after the storm. So we will be coming back with you with several options at the next meeting.
Okay, Corbin Park Stormwater Master Plan. So that's currently been submitted to St. John's Water Management District for grant funding for third cost share. We're waiting to hear back from them before moving forward.
So that catches my attention, stormwater, right? And so how long's that been cooking, and what's the timeline to actually move some dirt or whatever they call it?
That's been, I guess, the last meeting we had in April, so it's been quite a while. I will get an update from Kyle and find out where we stand from St. John's Water Management District on that to see what the steps are moving forward. I don't have an answer to that.
Who drives this list of and what's a priority on this list?
Of the CIP?
Yeah.
It's the commission, and sometimes the staff brings forward some projects. These two in particular were my specific project that I wanted to do in terms of the master planning for the stormwater for these specific areas, because we felt like it needs some additional system in them. The Corbin Park area we have, it's an annex area from the county, so obviously didn't have a lot of system in it. Same as the historic west side. This one we submitted for the St. John's. We have to go through several steps for the design. So for example, initially we have to go and hire the consultant, then we have to go and do the study on it, and then we have to go through public meetings. We had 2 public meetings, and then you go to the commission. So right now I think we're close in the Corbin Park and the historic west side to actually initiate the design. And by having the ARPA fund allocated and to fund these projects with the St. John's, I think it's going to make the project go faster. But I could tell you this, the cost will be a lot higher than what we actually have funded. But we wanted to start on it. So hopefully by what we get from the St. John's and what we have funded, we could maybe get done the majority of it. But if not, we will make it into phasing. So, but that's the process takes quite a bit, Mayor, in order to get to this point. So, but I think we are a lot farther than what we anticipated in the beginning of the project.
So I talked to Kyle the other day. He said West Side was 90%, and probably Corbin was like 70%
Really?
ready.
Okay.
So
yeah.
What's that translate to in terms of when you push the button, pull the what's the gestation period?
For this specific project like this, you're talking about probably 2 years.
Okay.
A year and a half to 2 years. You know, smaller projects, obviously, because it all depends on the process that you have to do. That's why we have these continuing contracts. Sometimes commission, they see that and they say, oh, we're not paying them. We pay them only when we use them. But if you have them on board, it makes it a lot easier because it saves you 4 months right there. And so take, for example, the maintenance operation building. We were trying to go a design build to save another 4 months, but then the cost has kind of slowed us down on the other side. So, but it's at least you'll save 4 months by having somebody on board to do the design. And then the permitting process with the St. John's, the requirement is just because they look at the quality and the quantity as well. And so when you look at the quality of the water, then you have to do more things in order for the quality when you discharge. We paid $2 million for water quality when we did the Islesboro project. And that's just in-ground. And then also we converted 50 lots from septic tank to sewer on those areas. And we were able to get the $2.45 million from St. John's by having that, even though St. John's would not pay for the sewer, but the sewer issue gave us more points to get the grants. So.
Yeah, this is all good learning for those of us newbies here. And so when you hear a topic like stormwater and it catches your eye, and that it hasn't come up in any of our regular city meetings to advertise to the citizenry that, hey, we have projects in the works to improve permanently your quality of life, that's the time to bring them. All right, so Todd, wake us up when we need, have an eye to that, all right? Okay. My real question wasn't about the stormwater, but it was more of a generalist question. You've got 200 projects and they're all priority, none of them are priority. How do you get the priority and who sets it, Khalid?
Well, the commission sets it and I sets it. So whatever the commission, when we take it to the commission and the commission say, this is our top priority projects, then I'll take it from there, and that's what I direct staff to have it. So if it's on the list, to me, it's a top priority.
So 3 budget cycles, we started this conversation, and there just wasn't money for the funding for that. So we took it by this step-by-step approach to this, funding part of it and then more of it and more of it. And then once we dedicated the ARPA fund to it, it's kind of just helped us to get a little quicker down the road. So this is something that Colin's been working on for years, and it's been a project of mine for the last 3 years, is try to get this through. The next step is going to be, how do we get the county involved with the Corbin Park part of it? Either they need to annex in, or they need to hopefully come up with some of their funding. So.
And we did approach the county, by the way, and we want them to be a partner with us. We have mentioned to them this is what we're doing, and it's if they wanted to participate. I haven't seen the enthusiasm there, but I think by having, I've had a conversation with Councilman Robbins yesterday about some other projects, and I think they're looking forward to participate. And having the hurricanes, I think it's going to even make him, I guess, maybe work faster and work toward to have some of the stormwater projects in the area as well.
Really good. Sorry for slowing you down, Todd.
No, you're good. The next one was what Randy was referring to, the historic west side. Tetra Tech has provided 60% design plans. It's currently in review. They received them late November, so they're currently in review and we'll be working towards 90%. So. Turnbull Creek Management Plan. Currently, we have a observation deck that's in design with Parker Mitchenberg. They've delivered 90% plans. 100% plans are expected in mid-January 2023, with the potential to advertise for construction sometime in February.
Just a quick one on the Turnbull Creek. Now, Colony, remember when we got that, we got some, I think, ECHO funds that had some building tied to it, like restrooms and viewing platforms.
It's
And
not
I'm
a.
trying to see if this
It's
is
not
the
an
same
ECHO.
one.
We got a state grant.
Okay.
And this, it's part of the management plan that it's tied to it, and we have to do this. So that's
No,
why
I
this.
understand we have to do it. I was just trying to make sure that it was within the time frame and it
Yes.
was the one project of which I was thinking.
It is,
Okay,
and I think the staff has been dealing with it. I think we have received the funds from them, but the management plan, we have to submit the report, and you're right.
yeah,
I mean, you're,
There's a timeline on that.
yes.
Right, yes.
Yep.
Thanks, Todd.
No,
Thanks,
you're
Thank
Bob.
you.
Golf course maintenance building, currently getting a permit for that, and hopefully we'll start construction beginning of the first of next year. City Hall expansion, we kind of got held up a little bit with the hurricanes. We got a plan moving forward. We should be starting the second phase of that within the next week or so. And so we should see some more demolition within the City Hall here. North Atlantic Drainage Project, design is complete. We're working on bid documents right now and waiting on a vulnerability grant from DEP to move forward with the project. Barracuda roadway improvement. Currently, this project is at 60% plans. This is the sister to the Barracuda Bridge, and expect plans to be in review for January 2023, and working with FDOT for a landscape permit. Spyglass pier removal, that project's currently on hold, waiting further direction on what we want to do with the property.
By the way, this spyglass has been back and forth, back and forth. Commission, at some point, they decided to demolish the pier. Then we have some residents who wrote to the commission, so the commission directed staff to do, I guess, an inspection and evaluation report by an engineer, which we did. They said, yeah, you could save it, but it's going to cost about, if I'm not mistaken, in the $300,000. We had $19,000 to demolish. We spent probably, I don't know, between $3,000 to $4,000 on the reports. So we had $15,000 left on there to demolish. And so we still have some residents who wanted to keep that pier. And it has some issues there because initially it was constructed by a private residents who live in the area. And it was supposed to be constructed in a public right-of-way. Then somebody questioned that, and they said one of the commissioner. And at this point, I'm thinking it's probably constructed on private property. That's what they're saying. I haven't confirmed that, but it's been a up and down project, and it's a minor project. It's not anything big, but
I think the concept is big more than the project. And the discussion about whether it's privately owned land or public land. And just on a aligned but different issue, I would like to bring up eventually having all of our public right-of-ways, as we know we have them both on the river and the ocean, to enable people to get from the road to the water. I'd like to see them clearly marked, because I think they're kind of getting absorbed by the residents beside them. And just a simple, we'll discuss it at another time, but I think it's important to clarify our public access from private property.
That's why I call them the pocket parks.
There you go. We just need to delineate it and preserve it.
All right. The next up is a Rocco Park pier replacement. I'm currently working with DMC to update the plans and go back out for advertisement. This project had already been designed and went out for advertisement, and the cost came in very high. And so now we're going back to the drawing board with it. We've already got permitting, and we've got budget for it. So.
You like spyglass setup, don't you?
So next up is the AOB site improvements. So we've gotten fine grant for design for that project. So I just went out and met with DMC also on this project. They're working on a proposal that we can bring back to commission. This project's broken up into two separate projects. One that would be for upgrading the boat ramps with floating docks in the pier with floating docks on the east and west boat ramps. And the other is to improve the current overflow parking area, which is what they call the AOB site, to have kayak launches, pavilions, and potential boat slips for the police and fire vessels, with some additional slips that would be for individuals traveling up and down the intercoastal waterway. So we should be getting something with that at the beginning of the year.
And just to add, so I guess for the benefit of the new, typically what happened, you will submit your grant application in March, and then you'll find out sometime in July or August that if you were approved or not. And by the time you get the contract, I mean, not the contract, but the grant agreement approved, and you have to resubmit for the construction for the following year. And the mayor and I, we had a discussion, just want to make sure that the other commissioners are aware that they don't reimburse you for the design until you actually start construction. So we will go for the construction in March. But again, that would be, I guess, it's a phase one of the construction, because they use phase one, they call it the design, phase two, the construction. When I say phase one, it's going to be phase one of the construction, which is just half of what we wanted to do initially. So that will take care of the North Causeway boat ramp, will take care of the gazebo and some of the minor things, but the bigger boat docks, that's going to be probably phase two of the construction. So.
That's helpful, Khalid, and I think we made that point at the first meeting, just for clarity, that when we voted yes to do the first phase, we spend 100% of our money unless we do second phase. So you bought in we bought in at the very beginning, and unless we really don't want to go that way, and then we'll eat the entire cost for the design phase.
That's true of several different free money projects, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. And you know, Mayor and I, we have quite a few conversations and talk about the grants. You know, I guess a lot of people, they're not aware of the amount of grants we apply for. I mean, there is not an agency out there that we don't apply for a grant for. I mean, you take it from the federal government, the FAA, the FDOT, the DEP, the St. John's Water Management District, the Volusia County, the fines. I mean, we get millions and millions of dollars, and without the grants that we receive, a lot of these projects we could not ever have finished them on our own. So just want to make sure that we're looking for a grant writer, but we have staff who does that. They've been doing that for a long time, and I just want to make sure that we appreciate all these staff members, that they do apply for these grants and we get them. So
Yeah, I want to echo that. TPO, we're known. There's certain cities don't really apply for anything. Other cities do a little bit. When it comes to grants, our city has had a great history of going after as many as we can. I mean, to the point where I even had to say to Colin once, hey, be careful what we submit for, because when you sit on the board and people start saying, well, hey, didn't we give you this and didn't we give you that? So we may get a $100,000 sidewalk but miss out on a $10 million project simply. So we have a reputation of going after grant money, both in terms of transportation, TPO, Echo, everywhere. You know, New Smyrna's always popping their head up. And so we've always had a lot of accolades from the staffs, from the agencies we apply from. Find isn't, it's awesome how our staff does a good job with that, and to keep it going is really important.
Boy, it's good to hear, and that you echoed exactly what Khalid had said. One of the things that I also know we're known for, having talking to some of these granting organizations, is that they want the execution to occur. They want that money gone. They want that money in and out and spent, and it becomes part of the infrastructure rather than lollygagging around and sitting on it, and it just withers away. So we're also known for great execution, to your credit, sir. One of the things, this grant writer that we're looking for, we have great internal grant writers. We want, but having a central repository, someone who is tracking and knows all that we, if I asked Colin earlier, how many grants and how much money? We don't have the tally because we're not tracking it. And so if we're that good, excellent, but I'd like to at some point have an encapsulation of here's what you do year to year, and maybe even track it, and see where it's up and down. But the talent, as you point out righteously, Jason, is in our ranks. We have the talent inside. But I think there may be some best practices for how to go after it. The technical talent is there, and the writing talent seems to be there because you're getting the money. That shared, maybe there's a room for a grant workshop where all the departments can get together and say, hey, here's what works for me, here's what works for you, so that we become, we actually share that great knowledge across departments. And good Lord, I would love to be able to say to our citizenry, we get $5 million a year, 10, whatever the number is, across these departments, and these are the city staff that had delivered those to you.
And we're working on providing that list, Mayor, that you will have it at the next meeting, where we can show you all the grants that we get in total amount. So,
Yeah, I love our grants. I think our grant writers are fabulous. I also think we also need to keep in mind that there isn't free money, that there is cost associated with the grant money, and we always need to be cognizant of that and be balancing that out. Or if we miss a deadline, that we have to pay it back. So it's just not all moonbeams and lollipops. There are caveats there too.
And there's strings attached with that money.
Right.
Exactly.
The other thing I want to add about that AOB site, since that was just a couple of sessions ago that we talked about that, is we received some emails from citizens saying, why are you spending your money on that when we have these other hurricane things? So people have to realize that's coming from our parking fund as well, which was huge for me. There are problems in that area with parking, like you said, and you can't take parking income, that 1.5 million, and allocate it to hurricane. You just can't do it. So it's important to recognize that parking income is going back. We've been collecting income from those boat trailers, and we're putting it back into that boat trailer parking because people go there and park everywhere, you know, with no organization. So this will help if we can drive more income with having a viable solution to what we already have there existing, and safety because of the boat, you know, floating docks. It's not just about getting the grant and spending the other 50%. It's reallocating parking money that we received back to parking areas from where it came from.
And the current improvements at that site are funded from a fine grant, and there's a requirement from fine that those funds be utilized for improvements on that property and an accountability. So
Thank you. I just want to reinstate that because my emails were blown up after that about that. And it's like, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
And you're right, Commissioner, because we have a lot of funds that they're restricted. So, for example, take whether it's impact fees fund or transportation impact fee or the DOT grant or a find the grant. I mean, when we had the trees on the North Causeway that they actually were blown by the hurricanes, I think one of the commissioners, I think it was Commissioner Martin, was asking me, why don't you just take the trees and plant them somewhere else? But I couldn't do that because that was specifically for the North Causeway. So, and I mean, we understand that. I think the mayor and I, we always talked about, we do a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't even know about us. So we're gonna try to make that image a lot better in the next future.
Okay, Todd. The next up was a marina bathroom upgrade. That's currently on hold. The original budget and dollar amount blew up into a much larger project, and right now the concept is wait until we get the marina dock upgrades done and decide on how we handle any bathroom upgrades at the marina. The next up is Washington Street, Riverside, US 1. We're waiting on 60% plans right now. We just had a change in DRMP structure, both PM and management. So we're trying to get a schedule so that we can be clear moving forward where we stand.
And just to add on this project, it's a very complex project in terms of, because it's a reconstruction of the entire street from one end to another. Some of the issues will be with the electric because we wanted to be having an underground electric. And so what happened to these services that it's going to go from the right-of-way to the residence, that has to be underground as well. So in some areas, the utilities might need some easement, so that's why it's taken a little bit of a time. So if there was one project at the end of my career I wanted to see done, it's this specific project because I've been waiting for it for 33 years, so.
Go get her, Todd.
On these topical ones that are of great public interest, and certainly the boaters that use this as the main artery to get any trailerable boat back and forth to water, how often do we have a drumbeat when that is refreshed to us of what's going on?
Yeah, our city engineer have meetings with the consultant quarterly, and also we update the CIP and I attach it to the CM reports every second meeting for the commission.
Perfect.
So I do attach on the second meeting the financial report, the CIP report, the strategic plan, and also the development activity report and permitting. So if you always wanted to find out, and it's always on the website, but I attach it to the CM report just for you, so this way you know.
Wonderful, thank you.
Next up is, this one actually should be moved over to construction, Barracuda Boulevard Bridge replacement. So we've gotten 100% plans for the bulkhead wall replacement. It's on schedule to start construction. I said November. It should be starting, I believe it's this week. They're starting to do a temporary signal and mobilization, and so we should see some of the heavier construction starting beginning January for that project.
Is this just the retaining wall or the bulkhead, or is this the bridge
The
also?
bulkhead wall was added to the bridge project.
So it's bridge and bulkhead?
Correct.
Thank
That's what delayed the project is this. And so just to give credit to our staff, it's $1 million project just for the retaining wall or for the bulkhead. DOT initially, they said they would not, so I have talked to our consultant and we approached DOT. So DOT is doing the design and the construction paid by DOT 100%. So, yep.
Marina dock repairs. We just went out for advertisement for construction on December 2nd. Bids are due January 5th for that. Hazard Mitigation Project 1. This is for elevation of, I believe it was 7 homes. The first one to be elevated is going to be 2926 Sunset Drive. And there's a schedule attached, and I can forward the schedule. They're every 2 weeks, they're going to be trying to elevate the next home. So there will be some adjustment to this for some different issues. I'm not sure exactly what they were, but the basic schedule is attached to Meister Task, and it's set to be completed by August of 2023.
Yeah. And Mayor, if I may jump in here quickly, but this is one of the things that the city of New Smyrna Beach does that I have not seen any other city does. Elevating a home, and not only that, but the city commission has approved for the city to participate in the 25%, they call it local share. So what happened, FEMA, they have 75% federal, 25% local share. Typically, that 25% is paid by the homeowner. The city commission has approved to pay half of the 25%, which is 12.5%, up to $35,000. I have not seen a city that will do that. So this just is testament of what the city will do and go beyond the extra mile to help the citizens of the city.
That's a great testament.
Call it, how many times did those homes flood before it was determined that that was a necessity?
What they call it a repetitive loss, and it's on a list, so it has to be 2 times or more to be eligible. Commissioner Martin will tell you, we've been dealing with this for almost 4 or 5 years.
We started the end of 17 after Irma.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, you have to go through the process, but 2 times or more, and you have to have documentation. You have to have a flood insurance. So it's not an easy, simple process, but we actually took it on. The city did. We initially had 60 properties flooded. Only 30 of them that they decided they want to participate in the program. So we had 17, they call it demo and rebuild, and then 9 that they just used the threshold to elevate. And then they have 6 homes who would have to go do a benefit cost analysis. Right now, I think some of them have dropped out because they either sold the property or they decided not to go for it. But so 17, I don't know how many properties right now we have that they want to go for the demo and rebuild. And this is basically they demo and rebuild the house according to the FEMA standards today. Mm-hmm. So the city, again, paying the $35,000, up to $35,000 on each home.
Yeah, right.
Where do we stand with this project now after the most recent 2? Is this going to be reevaluated all over again with adding more homes like this?
Well, if they want to participate, it's a lengthy process. I cannot just add it to this list. This list is already approved. We've been working on it for quite some time, so we have to reinitiate the process if they wanted to add to it. But these homes will be elevated a minimum of 8 feet, if it's not 10. So they would not have any flooding coming on after that.
And in my perspective, help protect their neighboring homes, because with the open land under an elevated house, you're absorbing water that otherwise might flood your neighbors. But I think that the hazard mitigation grant program is per disaster. So don't we have to start, if we wanted to go that way, and of course will something that will come up, I think we have to start again calling it Ian and then another one calling it Nicole, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you do. It's a disaster specific, but then also there's other grants that you could use. Those they're not associated with a specific.
Yeah, I think there's actually an individual hazard mitigation grant program where we could advise people how to apply as individuals.
Yeah, those ones you could apply anytime, within their cycle.
Yeah. We'll deal with that separately, but I think it's something we should consider a workshop for people to apply for individual.
Will this be a little bit easier for us since the email we got yesterday or today about the national disaster area? From
FEMA?
From the federal.
From the president?
Right. Will this give us a little more opportunity than we
think
had with this last one?
Yeah, I think it gives the homeowner, not just on these issues, but other issues to apply for certain things. Yes, it's big help. We've been waiting on this for quite some time.
So I think we need to reassess. We can't consider Ian and Nicole the same since we have more opportunities since they declared this a national disaster area yesterday, versus what we had to go through with these other ones. Maybe more benefits.
Oh, yeah, no, I think we have to just separate out the different things. So, for example, I don't think we want to take on a wholesale hazard mitigation grant program the way we did in 17. But if there is a workshop we could provide for people to do their own, that would be a way of helping without burdening us the way we have for this program, right?
I mean, it could be. I mean, if you want to have a workshop, you need to have FEMA present. And
But
so we will do that.
It's a discussion item.
Yeah.
It's not for today, right?
Okay, Todd. Next up is the building department temporary parking at Washington and Faulkner. That was a consent item on Tuesday's meeting. JBI Construction, I believe, is awarded that contract. So once we get them on board, I will add a schedule and update you on when we'll start and hopefully complete construction on that one.
And that brings another topic, Mayor, and I think I mentioned it to some of you that initially when we purchased this property here, that was to be used as a temporary parking, but then in the meantime, it will be a future site for an expansion of the building department. So at the time when we purchased it, we were thinking about between 5 to 10 years. But what it seemed like it's going to be a lot quicker than that. So I will be coming back to the commission sometime in January or February that I need to proceed forward with the design and the planning of the new building department on that site, because we're outgrowing our space at this point, so we need to have the space. So that will be coming to you hopefully either January or February.
Very good, thank you. Todd? Next up is Old Fort Wall Restoration and Stabilization. That also was brought to the commission on Tuesday. That was awarded to MGN Construction. I'm working with scheduling a kickoff and getting a schedule with them, so we just got them on board. Next up is Women's Club. That too just got awarded to MGM Construction. That was a city commission consent agenda on Tuesday. Working with them to get a kickoff meeting and schedule on board. So I'll have updates on that in the near future.
Both of those, by the way, had funding from the state government. So, for funding issues, I think the wall was $900,000 and the Women's Center was $600,000.
Thanks to Senator Tom Wright.
Tom Wright, yes.
Yep. So Women's Club had both ECHO and state grant money, a match with ECHO and state grant. Next up, and these all would be moving over to the construction tab, is, sorry, I opened up the wrong one. I'm trying to open 5th Street Bridge. Fifth Street Bridge replacement that advertised back in October. Bids are due tomorrow. We do have some interest, so I don't know how many people are going to get bid, but we've gotten to the bid stage. So this was quite the challenge with FDOT negotiating a temporary acro bridge, the language, the legal components, the lease agreement. So it's been quite the challenge to get to this far. So
Yeah, congratulations. And did you say you have gotten a bunch of bids or just starting to get to the bid stage?
Bids will be opening tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
You know, these projects, Mayor, everything that you can think of that might go south with any project, this one and Barracuda has gone through it.
Yes.
I'm sure the learning is rich. Hopefully we don't have to step in every one of those next time.
I could write a book about this Fifth Street Bridge and the Barracuda.
Okay, so next up in construction, Babe James shade structure. We're 99% complete on that. I'm waiting for a fire final, and that will be completed. This was under construction during the hurricane. So,
Just a question.
Commissioner Martin has some ideas about this one.
Well, I have to have a question. I noticed, since the whole thing was from the concept of the splash pad, I've asked about shade for it, but I was startled to realize that while the shade covers the playground equipment, it leaves the water area unshaded. And I know we're putting in coolers to cool the water for the splash park part of the project. But just the thought of children playing in water in August in the sun, I think that there may be, shall we say, some unintended consequences. We all know that, water magnifies the sun. And we've now made the coolest place in town, the cool water on the splash pad in the sun in August. So I have some concerns.
understood. Unfortunately, I was not involved. I can't answer to the design on how we got to where we're at. I've only implemented the design into construction. So I do know that a portion of the splash pad where the bench area does have currently a shade. So there is some refuge areas for children that are playing in the water to have some shade. There's a bench area that's both split between the playground area and the splash pad area. So, and it has a shade. So that's at least something.
I just hope somebody goes out in August and watches what happens at the splash pad.
Understood. I will say that the foundations for the structures that you see currently in place are the magnitude of 18 by 18 by, say, 36 inches deep, 18 feet by 18 feet. So if you were to put shade structures out there in the splash pad area, you would have to redo the splash pad area. Unless you did maybe something where you had supports on the outer segments, and even those would have significant foundation requirements. So
Unintended consequences is what I'm suggesting. That's all.
Understood. So artificial turf is also nearing complete. I'm waiting on the engineering permit. That was quite a challenge. The artificial turf had to be redone. So what it did initially did not pass muster. And that also was all right in the middle of the hurricane. So. Traffic signal at SR 44 and the Fire Station 50. Currently, they're burning in the signal. I believe the striping has already gotten done, and they're expected to have a final completion date February 27th of 2023. South Sidewalk and 7th Sidewalk are goes with projects. We issued the NTP on those on December 12th, expected start time of January 12th and a contract time of 180 days. So 6 months. Median landscape improvements. Vertigo was awarded the contract. I'm in discussion with them about an NTP and a kickoff meeting. The CEI contract was on the Tuesday's consent agenda item. So we're looking to start that the first of the year. And with that, that's all of the projects that I have.
Todd, that's very thorough. Thank you for that. Are there any commissioners that have a comment or a question about any of the projects or anything in general for Mr. Alexander?
All right.
City Manager, any wrap up on that particular item?
Yeah, we're looking forward to complete some of these projects that they've been hanging, such as the 5th Street Bridge, the Barracuda Bridge, some of these other projects like the median landscaping on US 1 and 44. You really, sometimes when you look at the schedule and we're trying to put the schedule together and you go, oh my God, it's going to take this long. But then when you go through the process and you go, oh my God, I mean, this is really... but it's frustrating sometimes because you want to get them done. Like, take, for example, the South Street and 7th Street sidewalk. Just to get the survey, it took us some time because surveyors, they're so busy. So sometimes we have other factors outside our ability to control, kind of take care of some of these, issues that delay the project, and it's aggravating, but I'm looking forward to at least some of these projects are moving forward. So I'm happy at this point and looking for some direction from the commission if they have any specific project that they would rather to see it, to go maybe even to the top of the priority list.
Yeah, I'm delighted you bring that because I look to both the Vice Mayor and Commissioner McGurk for guidance on racking and stacking, and giving us the history. Like Randy, I would know that other project that you mentioned had been started 3 years ago or 5 years ago. We've been working on it. And I still hold to, if they're all a priority, there is no priority. And so we've got to, and then I don't know how, Todd manages every one of these, and then they go out to other departments. And
well, we have a project manager from the staff. Todd kind of manages the overall, but we have the projects. If you look at when he was pointing it out, put one project out there, and you can see who's the project manager.
South Street is one. Well, that's not a good. Median landscaping. David Ray took over that as a project manager, and that's been ongoing for quite some time. The challenge with that project was the negotiation with FDOT on the landscaping plan itself. It's on a state road. There is considerable criteria from site distance issues from the perspective. If you're planning structure in a median, drivers have to be able to see whenever they're trying to navigate to a turn or across the street or a wayfinding sign. And during this project, we had both project manager change within the design firm and a reviewer change at DOT. And that created a lot of confusion and difficulty with the negotiation with them. So 5th Street Bridge was very similar in nature. There was the language to deal with the Acker Bridge and the time frame to negotiate that language so that it met both our needs and FDOT's needs took a considerable amount of time and, lack of a better way, savviness to make sure that we all are doing what is in the best interest for both parties. So,
yeah, you have your hands full, and I understand the balancing that you're trying to do, and I have high praise for what you're doing, Todd. Where I'm at is in the prioritization that the city manager keeps saying is up to the commission to say, this is hot, this is not. And I don't know when, under what forum we do that and how that takes place.
So, but that's the problem with prioritizing these and saying this is number one, but it's number one and then you run into a DOT issue or you run into a supply and demand issue or a transportation issue. Do you still keep everything else pushed off to the side trying to get number one done? Or do you that's why there are so many projects. And when I first got elected, we used to have these strategic plannings every year. We created more projects and more projects and more projects. And then 2 years ago, I think, we said, let's not put any more pressure on staff. Let's work on finishing some of these things that we've already, years ago decided that these were issues or problem areas and how do we get them accomplished. So I think in the last year anyway, we certainly have made progress in getting some of these things done and move forward. But I think if you go on a priority list and then you go, well, if we wait another 2 months, we may be able to get into an ECHO grant or a St. John's grant. That's the difficult part of going out. This is number one priority. Everything should be focused on this. So,
Isn't there also an issue with treating the strategic plan as a monolith? I mean, what is priority one for Todd would not be the same thing as priority one for David or Chris. So we actually have a number of departments, each with their own list of priorities, but I'm not sure we as a commission have looked at it quite that way.
Yeah, I'm ignorant to it, and I don't know what David's priorities are versus Kyle's priorities and what have you. And that may be time that you and I could spend, and I can understand that. But I think it would be wholesome for the entire commission to hear it from you, maybe at a regular commission meeting, and say, hey, this is the stack, this is the order. Any adjustments? Otherwise, I'm going to proceed as you guys have told me.
And that's why at the beginning I said, to me, they're all priorities. If they're on the lists, they're priorities. Now, because we have it distributed to the department directors, so if it's on the list and we meet every week, we will have an update on that project. So
It just might be easier to see it sort of by department. You know what I mean? I know the finance department's on a totally different time schedule than the maintenance ops.
yeah.
So, and it's just a different way of presenting perhaps the same information.
I mean, that's why I could provide a list and show, each department, but if it's on the list, it has a grant, there is a timetable for it, it's a priority. So I was just asking the commission, if you have a specific project that, hey, I want to move this a lot faster, then I will take that. Otherwise, the list is a priority for me.
Let me take it a different way, and I'll use Vice Mayor Hartman. Are you staffed to tackle this list?
I'm barely staffed, but I think we could manage. I think we're having, if we hire the CIP, the grant writer, I think it'd be a big help for Todd. Also, David is getting an assistant maintenance operation director that I could lead some of these projects too. So right now we're managing, but I mean, I cannot take any more. Let's put it that way.
Excellent.
So, and another thing to consider is 3 years ago, we had maintenance op roof because it was leaking due to be replaced. And we rolled back the ad valorem taxes. Struck that from the budget because we couldn't fund it.
I remember that.
Then we came in and it was overbid. It got rolled back again. So where it was a priority because we had, health and safety issues for employees, the funding wasn't there to accomplish that. Now there's a material issue. So it's, those kind of things, I would say, this is my number one priority. Let's get this one done right away. But I certainly don't want to push anything else on a back burner because if it's come before us, I think they're all important and they should all be priorities. And especially if we've started moving towards the funding process of them.
Really good. That's helpful.
Well, just one question. I mean, are we equating, and I'm just pulling stuff out of the air, we seem to be equating landscaping with employee safety. And I'm not sure that that is an equation that I want to make.
Well, no, I think
And
what
I
it-
understand there's different funds and all of these things come out of, but if we don't recognize the different departments, so yes, I know that there's different funding sources and there's different this and there's different that, but it could be perceived that we are saying landscaping is more important than employee safety.
Perceived, yeah, we can't
Perceived.
control that. What we can, when a project like that doesn't go forward for something that is out of our control. So my point is, so.
Are you talking about like the landscaping doesn't go forward or
No,
the
no,
roofing
you-
doesn't go forward?
We're talking about the safety of the employees. There's a specific reason. The whole discussion is, what do you prioritize? And then the problem is, what Randy's saying is, you know, the priority changes based on things out of our control. Our material is not available, so we can't do that. So then you don't stop everything. So what the point is we're not giving up employee safety so we can do some landscaping. I just want to make that clear. Now, does a perception out there get developed because someone doesn't take the time to understand the issue? Absolutely happens all the time.
I wasn't talking about changing anything, just perhaps the way it's presented, so that you could say that it's this is priority one for this department, and this is priority one for that department, which takes away equating those things. That's all. So it's.
Thanks for the clarification. That's helpful. Thank you, Todd. Anything else, Todd? You good?
I'm good. If you didn't have any more questions on this, we'll move into the strategic action plan.
Okay, Mayor, I hate to say it, I gotta go. I booked this till 1. Unfortunately, I've hung in there as long as I can. I've got some commitments I gotta get to. I'm gonna bring, I'd like to, what I'd like to hear most would have been your guys, each of the commissioners' projects and things they'd like to talk about. So I'll certainly watch the tape and then I'll probably bring it up during the next commission, at the next commission meeting, their comments on what my things are, and then maybe briefly hear or ask you some questions on what you brought up here. So my apologies, but I gotta skip
Really
on.
good. Thank you so much, Jason. Okay, roll them.
All right. So, Kyle briefly touched on, or not briefly, he talked about the strategic action plan. So the background is in 2019-2020, City of New Smyrna Beach conducted a series of commissioner meetings. The result of that effort was to target 5 separate areas: communication and trust, quality of life measures, growth management, environmental and resiliency, and transportation and circulation. And so for communication and trust, the mission statement was be a community of trust, transparency, inclusion, respect, so that potential opportunity and complex issues can be discussed in a thoughtful and balanced way for future of New Smyrna Beach. The items that came up as priority, and I've tried to organize these as they are on our priority list. More specific commission workshop sessions on identified strategic topics. And so that's a discussion that we need as a city to have to develop those topics moving forward. Facilitate stronger engagement, participation with the West Side. We're continuing to encourage community involvement and ongoing dialogue with community leaders like Pastor Pete. Colin's been working with Pastor Pete. I believe he has a meeting scheduled to go over and drive around West Side to try to talk to different community stakeholders and leaders. Promote diversity participation. Staff continues to communicate important items publicly for residents' awareness, and facilitate community events to engage community and encourage community involvement. Irma Terry has an event scheduled for 2023 Q2 Heart of the Community event that's coming up. We don't have an exact date, but that's the next one that's coming up. The next was to facilitate constructive public involvement for development of West I-95. We're currently working on scheduling a town hall meeting to discuss opportunities with that. The next up was an interactive city map. There is a map prototype online and we're working on defining a workflow for the periodic updates. The original intent, because of IT constraints, it didn't work out quite the same. It's supposed to be more auto-populating, and now it needs to be updated by an individual every time we update it. It's not something you can just plug in a database and it accesses, and it has to do with it's an IT constraint, the way I understand it.
So go back to that if you don't mind. It's my view after considerable input from the citizenry about the communication side, to the point that I think we cover our people that are social media active and website capable very well. Talked to the city manager and our public information officer about the other channels that we do not handle so well. So after meeting with Khalid and Phil Vesky, they've agreed. He's agreed to an advisory group to meet with our public information officer periodically, and to explore those channels, be it through the Chamber of Commerce, do it through the Board of Visitors, what have you, to reach those that are not on just one channel, which we do well, which is social media, but to find the other channels that we can communicate better. Some citizens, be it lower socioeconomic or elderly, do not do social media. I would say up of 40% we're not getting the word out to. And so they find out about it, and it just dilutes the trust. And so I think if we can have this group of maybe proposed representatives from each of the commissioners can say, hey, add this person to the group. We'll have a small group that would meet with him 5 times, 6 times a year. That would be a great start for finding out the best way to communicate and build the trust, because it would be representatives from all of those demographics, not just the social media group. So I'd like to continue that type of conversation because of the citizenry and the talent we have inside our citizenry to each of the department heads, so that they are allowed to and are facilitated from experts in the ranks, experts in our homes, experts in our businesses that would feel participative and would aid our city staff in getting the job done that they try to do so hard, so well, and are often overwhelmed.
Well said, Mayor, and we encourage and welcome that idea. And if the commission has specific names that they would like us to include in this citizenry, I guess, regular meetings, we will be more happy to do that. And I will add to that, as everybody knows, that we are going to obtain a software from the state at no cost to the city that will be able to use it as a text or email. The question is, when I talked to the fire chief and the deputy fire chief, is specifically about using those software, the text, outside the emergency alerts. Like, say, if I have a specific meeting in a specific area, usually what happens is I could target, like I wanted to meet in this specific area, that I could target that area. So if that doesn't happen, we have the software that is available at a cost, $10,000 a year, that I could use. But I want to try this one at least. I think we could do that. And then having the advisory committee, as the mayor suggested, I think that would be good. Coming up with maybe a second eye to tell us, hey, those specific people, they would like to use this type of information. And then we could work on that. So, Mayor, thank you for the suggestion, and we'll move forward on that one.
I think it's just a quick question. I noticed some of the other cities, like Ponce Inlet, have a channel on the cable spectrum. And it's another conduit for communication. I don't know what that means in terms, what does it cost? What's it take? I don't know anything about that, except that other cities in our immediate vicinity have that cable channel.
We're going to explore all options available, and we'll come back. If there's a cost, we'll come back to the commission for approval.
What was the software cost on the?
No cost for the one from the state. The other one is, I think it's what the utilities are paying, and what I heard is $10,000.
Okay. It's not something we could partner with them on?
No, we could take the data, but I don't know if we could, because we tried before, because it's like a certificate, so
Okay.
if you have the certificate, you cannot just have somebody, you know, hop in and use it, so.
Okay.
Go ahead, Todd. Sorry to slow you down, but
No, you're good.
that is a model for excellence. And if each department, you know, if you think about it, we've got finance people in the field, we've got builders, we've got engineers, we've got retired. You know, one of the applicants for the P&Z last night is so qualified we can't stand it. You know, people are coming out. They want to help,
Right.
and so let us involve them.
Yes, sir. The next measure was quality of life measures. This was to preserve and enhance the shared quality of community life across the spectrum of physical, environmental, economic opportunity, and social cultural aspects of the community. So the priorities there was to develop clear metrics for identified quality of life character factors. And we developed our staff developed an annual performance measures report in June. And that is available for review. That actually is on my search. I don't know if there is a link through our city website to access that, or I can forward that to you. The next was develop a strategic working group in partnership regarding homeless issues, services, and peer city success models. We've added a homeless outreach officer, and we're working on updating a map of homeless camps, meeting with homeless and disadvantaged grant working group. The next item was develop a long-range plan. That was the AOB site that we talked about earlier. We're working on a proposal using a fine grant for design. That site would add, again, pavilions, park access, access to the intercoastal waterway, and kayak launches, and et cetera. Next was develop programs to support local businesses, and we are working on establishing a new economic development task force members. Once that gets up and running, we will develop a scope for that task. Develop a long-range plan for Turnbull conservation lands, and we are working to acquire lands through conservation easements on that.
We have a new property that was just came on for sale just recently. Tracy Barlow, I think, is working with the homeowner, so he has approached us if we're interested. So we are looking into it, doing some appraisal. So I think that program has done quite a bit for us, a good thing. So we'll keep working with them, and I think Ron is working with them to have another meeting with the committee. So I think that's moving in a good phase there.
Very good. Keep going, Ron.
The next was growth management. It's to accommodate new growth and investment while maintaining its distinct community character, quality of life, and environmental resiliency. So the first priority was engage UC through increased collaboration for strategic and planning initiatives. So we're working on a joint meeting with UC, and that's tentatively scheduled for January, February to discuss city projects.
And that's, Mayor, that's one of the strategic issues, obviously, is to have the collaboration with the utilities, which has been, and I could tell you this, the relationship and the collaboration we have with the utilities in my 33 years here with the city, it hasn't been any better than what we have today. So we will plan on a joint meeting with the utilities. The last meeting, the UC has presented their capital improvement projects. So at this meeting, we will present our capital improvement project that we have collaboration with the utilities on, and that gives a chance to the new members of the commission to have the discussion with the utilities commission as well. So, so if you have any specific date that's not the date that I would like to have the workshop, if you please at the next briefing tell me about that. So when we schedule it, make sure that everybody could attend.
Good. What you're doing with Mr. Buck has been a model of excellence. So well done, Colin.
Next priority was to update the land development and zoning code, the LDC. Issues that we're looking into are residential and neighborhood design standards, open space and community service elements, building form, height versus density, commercial design, and parking requirements. Next up is consider an SR 44 corridor plan to proactively manage western growth. So right now we're researching past city efforts to develop an outline for the corridor plan. And developing a working group on attainable housing, and that's currently a project in progress.
Could you define attainable housing, please?
So attainable would be for low-income families or families that have restrictions or inabilities to
I'm
obtain
just looking for
normal housing.
quantifying what, attainable is. If you have $10 million, your idea of attainable housing is different than if you have $10. So just to, put a little bracket around it.
Gotcha. I don't have a good answer. I think the last project that we tried to work with this specific item was to donate land that we had that was surplus, and I don't think that it went well.
Let Chris answer this.
Thanks, Todd. Well, to answer your question, Commissioner, so with attainable for us, there's many synonyms, if you will, with
That's
affordable.
why I'm asking for a little containment.
Affordable, workforce, there's a lot of different synonyms are going, but it's similar to the same thing. Basically what he's saying, low to moderate income based on the average median income, so.
Absolutely understand.
Yeah.
You just mentioned an actual metric.
Yeah.
Average median income.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's presumably a dollar amount or a percentage attached to average median income as well as a geographic area.
Yeah.
So are we discussing the attainable housing within the New Smyrna Beach Metro or the New Smyrna Beach City itself? And what percentage of the median income?
Usually it's 80, I think, to like 120, I want to say, % of the average median income. And that's based on the Volusia County metrics, because they get their numbers from HUD. And that's how we translate that. That's how the Housing Authority operates. That's how any affordable housing programs operate.
Chris, do you have a dollar figure to say, like 37,000, 38,000, 42,000?
I don't have that chart in front of me, and I don't have it committed to memory. I apologize. But there is a chart I can gladly share it with you to show you. But typically, I think about 37, 40,000, somewhere in there, average median income. And it goes up from there based on if it's at 80, if it's at 120, it graduates.
Yeah, so we're talking about
For the number
a
of
graduated
people,
schedule for subsidized housing.
The number of people in the household, yes. So
Right.
if it goes all the way up to 8 people in a household, based on the last chart I've seen, so, yeah.
Thank you,
That's
Chris.
fine.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
That's great. Did you want him to finish your list, Ron? Todd, do you want him to finish your list?
Okay, so next measure is environmental and resiliency. Mission statement is to be resilient to climate change, sea level rise, and other environmental factors to protect both urban lands and natural ecosystems. So the priorities were explore opportunities for enhanced stormwater treatment and best management facilities. So we're out on those benchmark city standards against municipal leaders, update city standards. We have a consultant, Parker Mincherberg, provided a preliminary report, and it's currently in review. The next up was update stormwater master plan to explore opportunities for regional stormwater management facilities. We're currently completing current budget of regional stormwater master plan, historic West Side and Corbin Park. And a citywide master plan proposal request is underway. Next up was promote a culture of environmental sustainability. And here we're partnering with Marine Discovery Center to develop a sustainability plan and green building requirements initiative.
And Mayor, if I may just add to this one here, as I mentioned at the City Commission meeting on Tuesday, that we are going to get $250,000 from the state on the resiliency. Also, the mayor and I attended the round table, and they are mentioning about a resiliency officer that either they do that regionally or each city will have one. So that's something that we will look at and come back with the recommendation for the commission. So just want to make sure that you.
Really good, Khalid. We've got some experience in the residency through Chip Weston and others that have been familiar with resiliency officers around the state.
Last up is transportation and circulation. Mission statement is move toward a more balanced, livable, and multimodal solutions to transportation and circulation is safer and friendlier for pedestrians. So part of that was to create designated loading zones for the historic retail and main streets. So pilot program implemented. We're working on a delivery with companies and business owners to optimize, and working with parking ambassador to find additional loading and unloading zones. It's a big topic for today. Next was promote pedestrian, bicycle, and character enhancements to state and county roads. So our goal with that is to partner with TPO, county, and FDOT. We are currently regularly attending TPO meetings in order to address that. Kyle Fegley, I think, is the new representative for the city to attend the TPO meetings. Next up was to identify opportunities for new local street, sidewalk, and bicycle enhancements. Right now we're working with FDOT on a new trail alignment from Myrtle to US 1. It's currently in a state OPD&E phase that they are managing and paying for. Next up is to explore partnerships for shared use parking facilities, and that is an ongoing effort in working with local businesses and stakeholders.
Very good. Is that it?
That is all.
Perfect. Any comments, observations, questions from any commissioner? Very good. Khalid, do you want to sum this up?
Yes, and I think it's probably this is the first time that we have with the new members to the update, but just to make sure that every second city commission meeting that I will attach an update on the strategic plan. So please pay attention to it. If you have any questions or any comments, I would like to hear back from the commission. There is, I think Commissioner Hartman and I will be hopefully trying to work on a town hall meeting in Zone 4, because some of the strategic issues they are talking about the growth in west of 95.
It won't be in Zone 4 because there's no building out there big enough. It will be in Zone 2.
Well, maybe not the meeting, but I'm saying
Zone 1.
But the meeting will be for Zone 4, but not in Zone 4.
Yes.
Mayor, I just want to take this time to thank all the staff involved in the strategic plan with the updates. And again, we have meeting every week for the strategic plan virtually. And I think that's one of the pandemic has done good for us is to have the virtual meetings. I think it saves time and trying to be productive. So, and thanks Todd for taking that task on. He's been with us, he took after Michelle, so, but thank you, Todd, for keeping up with this, both the CIP and the strategic plan.
Thank you.
And I'm looking forward for the second workshop with the commission to come back and address some of these issues that happened today. And we'll come back with a couple of items in January.
Thank you, sir. This is the section that Jason wanted to have the most, and so Randy, you'll be batting first, and for the you know, if you will, the old guard, the guys that have been on this for a while. How does this part of this is where you guys we typically would talk about what our personal ideas are. Is that what I understand it to be?
Usually, personal ideas or comments are going forward, but to be honest with you. Where I've known most of you for quite a while, I still don't know you enough to really take that next step. I think it's a learning process for you, and obviously it's going to be a learning process for me. But I did want to comment on a couple things, and the number one issue was the car show. We're being beat up in the social media that it's our fault that the car show left. It was all the city. We weren't playing nice and so forth and so on. So I'd just like, as part of that communication effort, I'd like to get the facts out there. You don't know how many phone calls I had. Why did you guys throw them off Canal Street, you know, and to my understanding, that's not the case. We had nothing to do with it. We weren't involved in the process whatsoever. So I just think that from a communication point to the residents and the community, they need to know what the facts were.
Quick one. Randy, I was just going to ask, did you see the whole Facebook thing from the car cruise people where they explained everything?
No.
Okay, there's this on Facebook from the car cruise organizers saying that it was their choice and blah, 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 but you might want to see if you can have it dug up for you so you can use that as a reference.
And we actually shared it on our websites, and we have had Phil, the mayor had the same concern as you have. So we immediately, rather than taking anything, we took his post.
Right.
And we put it on our websites, and we kind of thanked him because he mentioned there, and I will leave that to our mayor. He has done everything possible. He met with them, and he will tell you about what happened there. So,
Okay, so I don't do Facebook. I'm one of those.
So see, that is exactly the point. Randy and I represent a demographic that we're not reaching, and that channel is idle, and they're the people that are calling both of us saying, what the heck's going on? So we absolutely need to get to that one.
Yeah. So the other thing I wanted to bring up was during our last budget session, I brought up the fact about our bank charges. We're spending a lot of money on bank charges. I just wanted that conversation to go forward into this next year, whereas we look maybe at convenience fees. I had the trifecta 2 weeks ago where I had water heater, generator, car breakdown, and everybody that came to the house says, "We'll take credit cards, but it's going to cost you 3%, or you can write me a check." So I think those are costs that we're bearing now that could be passed on to the consumer on a lot of these issues. I know that some of it probably isn't going to be realistic along with the parking kiosk because, I mean, I don't know how you do that, if the software's set up for that. But I'd like for that conversation to continue throughout the years, is how do we save some of that revenue that we're spending on bank charges and not pass it on to the consumer or the customer. The other is, for you don't know, I am the voting representative on the TPO for New Smyrna Beach. And where we have been the leaders for the past few years on a lot of projects, and we still have a lot of projects that are out there that have not been funded or pushed to the top of the list just yet. The TPO has recently changed the way that, that they do business, in that they're allowing smaller city, or anybody who has a smaller project that they may not be able to fund or get a grant for because it doesn't meet the threshold. They're allowing them to partner with other cities or other businesses and communities so that they can partner to get a grant from TPO. So you may see those dollars kind of dwindle, you know, where we were always fortunate enough to have the funding available to partner with them and to do the grants. Those sources may start drying up a little bit because, you know, DeBerry has a small $25,000 bridge that they could never get to TPO because, you know, they just didn't meet all of the criteria. But now if they bundle with somebody, them and maybe Oak Hill will have a project. And so those will take those future dollars away from some of us who've been enjoying them for years. So just keep that in mind. So again, thank you for your time and look forward. Happy holidays.
Thanks, Randy. Commissioner Martin.
I cannot more strongly echo your concern about communication issues. Colin has heard me on this more than once, so I very much appreciate you prioritizing that. Question for Randy, on when you say banking charges, are you talking about the charge card fees assessed by the companies that?
Yes.
Like Visa, okay. Yeah. And aren't they included in the price? In other words, like, if, I don't know, let's say parking's $1 and therefore we charge it, that dollar should represent both the cost of parking as well as the associated fee?
currently, they're not. Currently, like, say, if you have to pay any charges to the city, say that you owe $180. You pay $180, but we end up being charged by the credit card company.
I understand, but I am assuming that Amazon, for example, the price Amazon charges me for any given thing includes their cost of paying for Visa.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, right, so I'm just saying, so you mean right now, our fees that we assess do not include
Yes.
the charge card fee?
That's correct.
So we need to, as I hear it, reassess our assessments to include that convenience charge? Because the cost of running a check at this point, I would assume it's a considerable cost to us to actually take paper checks and deal with them. And so there's a cost also, like, you know, you feel like people cringe now if you hand them a check. So there's offsetting costs of doing business. How's that?
The checks, I don't think there is any fee issues involved. I think
No, I'm not
it's-
talking about fees, but we
yeah.
have staff that has to process it.
Yeah, but I think what I understand that, but let's just address the issue that he brought up. The issue he brought up is the charges for the credit card. Currently, we don't include that. So he's saying include that. So we will include that. He's saying to save some money on the budget.
Fine. I mean, that's exactly what I was saying. It wasn't clear that we had increased our assessments enough to cover the convenience fee.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all.
Commissioner Perrine?
Thank you. Couple goals I have for the very near future. We have these task boards that we're working on and getting in place. Coming off of one for 4 years, I had a lot of frustrations with that economic development board, and it was mostly communication between the commission board and our task boards. We had a lot of people that sat on that board that had a lot of experience, as well as we do these other people that are coming forward with all kinds of experience in civil engineering, finance, like myself. We just recently appointed someone on this last task board a couple of meetings ago that's an attorney, and she also is an expert in grant writing. So I would love to be able to help the staff and assign tasks to these people on these boards that are willing to help and just try it, because I know we constantly say, give us a task, you know, make me responsible for something. There are a lot of people in this community that have a lot of knowledge that are willing to come forward, and for that 4 years, I had some task assigned to me before COVID, but after that, we felt like we would make recommendations, and I wanted the boards to work closer with the commission board, and I want to make that a difference while I'm on this seat for the next 4 years. 4 years is to work closer with those boards, or we're going to be wasting our time if we don't give them our time and feedback. Those top 10 priorities that I mentioned that came from the citizens, we need to tie back our funding somewhat to that. And every time we do something that is towards those priorities, like the 10 I read off earlier, that's important that we tie those tasks and money back to the priorities of those boards, or those boards are wasting their time. And then last, I love to start spending time with the staff, especially finance staff. I'm going to be working with them for 30 years. I helped improve processes, and I did budgets for companies. And really, the city is a big company in itself. You're juggling all of these citizens' needs, wants, desires, and have to tie it back to money. Everything that we want to do here and everybody's wish list require money and time from our staff. So the next 4 years, utilize me. You know, do things that tell me what your wish lists are, and the ideas from staff of what process improvements that you've seen working with the people every day that you can help. We want to hear those things. And I mentioned to Colette, I want to hear your priorities and what has not worked for you in the last 30 years you've been here. I want to hear from the two commissioners, and we have to do it in a workshop of what didn't work, so we don't reinvent the wheel and do that mistake again. And everything requires funding, and I'm seeing all this money up front being asked us. We can write grants all day, but not having that 50%, and at the end of the year coming back and saying, hey, staff, find ways to pay for this because we don't want to raise the people's taxes or they'll have a fit. We don't want to go down that road. We want to right now work with you to say, if we prove this, what's that impact going to be at the end of the year come July and the money's not there? We've already approved police budget. We've already approved, everyone's budget's under the sun, and now we don't have the money to pay for it. We need guidance here so that doesn't happen, because I heard that and I felt for the staff the whole time. I'm like, it's not up to you to sharpen your pencils. I don't know how many times I heard that. It's up to us to start out the gate not approving things that we can't pay for, or looking for creative ways and streamlining processes so that we're not at the end of the year scrambling, trying to come up with what we're going to do. We need that information now from you, because we're just getting started, and we have 2 years before our mayor goes off. That's not a lot of time. So we've got a lot of things we want to accomplish, and before we all jump on this bandwagon of let's get these things approved, we need to make sure we can pay for them.
Thank you, Commissioner Perrine. Thank you, one and all. And Khalid, just personal remarks before we close out. I'm sure on behalf of the 5 of us, we want you to deliver to the staff at your next staff meeting how very much we appreciate all the preparation and all the learning that you have enabled us to do through your staff, to understanding how deeply committed they are to strategic goals. First time I've seen those when Todd put those up there. I'm going to recreate those so that I can look at those and refresh those in my mind. I think the citizenry would be well served to have those refreshed in their minds, because those are many of the points of the 10 that Commissioner Perrine brought up, and that we are your representatives in the field to tell the good progress that is going on inside city government toward those goals which have been demanded by the citizenry. Further, as we discussed earlier, this isn't pie in the sky. This commission here will be here for 24 months, as I said before. We would like to have bites, in my view, bite-sized pieces of progress reported out by you on a regular basis of how we're marching toward the goals that we set would be very helpful and very instructive, so that the body of work of this commission can be reported at the end of that as having been successful of moving toward those ultimate strategic goals. Absent any other comments, is there any public participation comments from the crowd before we adjourn? Seeing none, public participation is closed and we're adjourned.